I'm going to call the meeting to order. Before we approve the agenda, we have some changes. Item 3A, Ed Code 35146, consideration of confidential student matter. Item A, case number 2021-01-SD, and item B, case number 2021-02-SE, to be tabled for a future board meeting. Also, there is an addition to item 12C, public disclosure and ratification of the tentative agreements with California School Employees Association, CSCA, and the AB 1200 has been added as an attachment to this item. Copies are available to the public comment table. There's an addition to item 12D, revised 2021-2023 salary schedules for non-represented employees, classified management, certificated management, and confidential employees salary schedule. The AB 1200 has been added as an attachment to this item. Copies are available to the public comment table. Can I get a motion to approve these changes?
I'll make a motion to approve these changes.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there any public comment? Okay, we are going to convene to close session. We're going to reconvene to open session. And the report of action taken in closed session, no action was taken. And we're going to the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start, I'd like to ask my colleagues for a point of personal privilege. Is that okay?
Yep.
As board president, I can't ignore the letter that I received from RIPSIA on the 6th regarding our superintendent. I want to publicly acknowledge the receipt of the letter and acknowledge that I read it carefully. I suspect the letter was sent to my other colleagues on the board, and I'm sure they have all read it too. I understand RIPSIA has taken a vote. While I respect RIPSIA's opinion, I disagree with it. I have not lost confidence in Dr. Perez, and while I can't speak for each of my colleagues, I don't believe any of my colleagues have lost confidence in Dr. Perez either. I want to make a few things clear to everyone here and everyone that is listening or watching. First, all California Board of Educations, including our own, are tasked with very specific responsibilities. Although we have many responsibilities, there are 5 overriding areas of responsibility that we have, which include: set the direction and priority areas of focus for the organization. Set policy to facilitate our work and for legal compliance. Oversee fiscal responsibilities, ensuring that finances are aligned with priorities. Engage the community voice so that our direction, priorities, policies, and practices align with the school community's values. And hire and give direction to the superintendent, who must work with staff to create plans to help us achieve and implement our priorities for this organization. Second, when we hired Dr. Perez, this board made it abundantly clear that helping all students achieve their academic and social potential is our top priority. The direction we set for the superintendent is informed by our commitment to student learning and well-being at every single school, in every single classroom throughout the district. Everything I see the superintendent doing is anchored in that direction and shaped by her and our unwavering belief that all students can learn and that all students deserve our best. We know this effort can challenge the status quo for all of us, and that it can be uncomfortable sometimes, and that to achieve these priorities requires resources and not just commitment. In the spirit, we directed Dr. Perez to utilize all resources, including time and finances, to ensure that our schools are safe and welcoming learning environments, and that our instructional strategies engage all learners, including those who are among our neediest. Our expectation is that Dr. Perez will continue to work collaboratively to set high expectations for all employees and create conditions for them to meet those expectations. Third, as board president, I am first to recognize this school year has been extraordinarily difficult. And not only was this our first year coming out of the COVID nightmare, and distance learning was a huge burden for everyone, but also because of the labor dispute and the strike that followed. As a board, we set clear parameters in the direction for the superintendent and our team throughout the negotiation process. The strike is over now, and we have agreement in place. I hope and I know Dr. Perez and my colleagues will agree now is the time to move beyond the strike and work conscientiously and collaboratively to rebuild the relationships that were strained so that we can focus our efforts on the needs of our students and families. I know that Dr. Perez has the desire, integrity, skills, intelligence, and commitment to continue to do great work for our students and to collaborate with all of our partners, including our employee groups, including RIPSIA. I am now asking RIPSIA's leadership to move forward and work with our superintendent and her team on the broad array of educational issues we need to address as a district so we can refocus our collective efforts on students. Thank you, everyone, for letting me speak, and thank you, Dr. Perez, for all the work that you're doing, and I really value your time that you've spent here, and I appreciate it. Do we have any public comment? So we're going to go to presentations. First, 5A, the Ed Foundation.
Good evening, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Dan Blanke, and I serve as president of the Education Foundation of Katahdi Roanoke Park. For those of you that don't know us, we've been around since 1983. We work solely for the purposes of raising funds for our teachers and students. We have raised $1.8 million since 1983, and we work tirelessly. We do not have any paid positions on this board, and all of our efforts go right back to the schools. And so with, at a time, I think, in your school board development and processes, we wanted to come here with some positivity and share with you some of our accomplishments this year. To my right, I beg your indulgence, I wanted to make sure I introduce my esteemed board here with me. To my right is the face of the franchise, if you will, Vera Blanke. She's our immediate past president. Dr. Sylvia Ramirez is our board member, and our vice president is April Nelson, and of course there's Art Ramirez. We have other board members that aren't here this evening. And tonight we wanted to present the school board with a check for $23,000 for the grants that we received this year. And we are pleased to report that we were able to fund almost all of them. The only one that wasn't funded actually was one that just didn't follow the criteria. They come to us blind, and we evaluate them based on merit and the criteria that we're asked to follow. So we're very pleased to award those $23,000. We have a check here for you, and maybe a photo op, I don't know. I wouldn't try to cash this one left, that one, yeah. So, and then also, since we're here, if I could beg your indulgence a little bit longer, I wanted to tell you a little bit about our 21st Century Teacher Award. Our primary teacher award went to Megan Cutler of Margaret Hahn, and our secondary award went to Tressa Bonner from Tech Middle School, and they're awarded a unencumbered $500 and a plaque and a gift, and for their efforts to provide enthusiastic commitment to education and love of teaching, and they certainly exemplify that criteria. We also recognize 21st Century Student Learner Awards, and these kids are students who exemplify passion, imagination, perseverance, courage, self-awareness, curiosity, and adaptability. They all receive a monetary award and a certificate, and we make every effort to get out the schools to award them, and the principals, of course, cooperate with us in that regard. And we have a number of students, maybe in the interest of time, if I could just go real quick, just through that list. Monte Vista was Isabel Angeli. UELF was Vita Sherritt, excuse me. Yeah, I hope she's not here, right?
Principal is.
Oh, okay. Thomas Page was Crystal Alvarez Martinez, and John Reed was Cesar Gutierrez Cruz. Marguerite Hahn was Ava Machado. Richard Crane was Jaden Friedel. Evergreen was Chase Braytag. Technology Middle School was Dalen, looks like Lanes. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing these. Lawrence Jones was Olivia Marie Lincoln. Rancho Katahdi was Skylar Hendry. And Technology High School was Quinn Chiota. So we're very pleased to award them. So in closing, we continue to work tirelessly for our school district, and it's our honor to serve such a fine group of volunteers, and we thank you for your service. And I don't know if you hear that enough, but we want to make sure that we acknowledge all of your efforts. Ours is a generic forum, and we do all that we can to enable our children the assets that they need for their future, which of course is a proper education. So we're pleased to be a part of that, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
for all that you do.
Thank you. And I'll be seeing you guys at the farmer's market this
Yes.
year.
Oh, perfect. We make the meanest margaritas, you know that.
I know, I seem to like it. They're nice people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your work.
Just take a picture.
Take a picture.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the size.
Technology.
So the next presentation is King Consulting Demographic Analysis and Enrollment Projections.
So as part of the TK master planning, we contracted with King Consulting to do a demographic study. We have Rob Murray here to present for us today.
Hello, good evening. All right, so quick introduction, since this is my first time at least speaking in front of this board. My name is Rob Murray. I'm the Director of Demographics and Planning for King Consulting. And as my audio is showing up, coming out okay, excellent, thank you. A little hard to tell from here, but yeah, so I have been doing these demographic analyses, been of particular interest for a lot of districts all over the state for the last few years, just with between a lot of the big picture demographic things going on, with the effects of COVID, with the resurgence in some areas of residential development coming back online, sometimes projects that have been dormant since the Great Recession more than a decade ago. There's just been a lot going on, and so it's just been interesting looking at each district and helping them just kind of fill in what looks like is happening, what that means for their enrollments, and how confident we can be in what all that means. And so we're going to go ahead and do that with you here tonight. And let's see here. Oh, I just need to go ahead and open up the presentation here. All right. Okay. Let's see, we'll go ahead and do our slideshow. All right. Okay, so I've introduced myself. So a quick overview then. I mean, you know your own district from the ground up, I'm sure, very well, but what we're seeing with the enrollments at Katahdi Roanoke Park Unified is that you have actually the last couple of years, even during COVID, experienced growing enrollments, which I probably don't have to tell you is not the typical picture a lot of districts are experiencing right now, especially because you had been decreasing in enrollment for several years leading up to that pivot. And what's especially good, and I'll show you the details on this in just a few minutes, is that demographically, we see good indications that this is built in a growing school age population. This is not kind of a smoke and mirrors growth thing. The numbers really are there, and it looks like there will be the foundation for sustained growth over the next few years. Kind of the three big factors we'll be checking in on, the rollout over the next 4 years of Transitional Kindergarten from the program that it's been since 2012 into effectively a new grade level. Looking at, again, just what demographically leads into the size of each new incoming cohort and comparing that with the students that they're replacing who are aging out of either your elementary schools or graduating from your district altogether. And then looking at the residential development picture in particularly Roanoke Park. So then just a very quick look then at those historical enrollments. You can just see visually here what we were just talking about with enrollments that kind of peaked with total enrollments in 2015-16, then decreased by a couple of hundred kids into 2019-20, and then you see particularly looks like kind of what happened there in 2020 was actually that year of the most severe impact for a lot of districts when the COVID-19 pandemic actually masked a little bit what otherwise might have been even bigger growth for you, and then it kind of showed up as a year of smaller growth and then a big boom, which absent COVID probably would have been a more steady increase. It's very important to, I think, break those enrollments down and look at them by grade level, because this is where we can often see a little bit more what's happening, and that, especially that distinction of what's going on with cohort replacement. Again, where the size of your incoming kindergartners influences what's happening at your elementary schools, but while that's happening in one direction, you often have your previous trend is still playing out through middle and high school. And that's exactly what you see during that period where you were starting to go down in overall enrollment. Your high school enrollment was still growing, because all your cohorts moving in from middle school, going into high school, you still had those previous existing populations with more kids in them who were taking the place of smaller cohorts graduating out. At the same time, at the elementary schools, every new kindergarten cohort that comes in is a little bit smaller than the fifth graders moving into middle school. And so that's kind of just, in a nutshell, the kind of demographics 101 when we're looking at school districts in terms of what we expect your enrollment to do. You have 13, it'll be 14 soon, years of students, and to a large extent, just by seeing when you have particularly big or small cohorts that are going to move through like a bubble, you can kind of see what that's going to do to your enrollments. So a big thing to track, of course, is that incoming kindergarten size, because that's really one of the big variables, and that's what really sets the pace for then. Again, there's other factors that can influence it, but that's going to really set the pace for what's coming. And I'll show you a really cool slide in just a few minutes that kind of gets to the heart of that for you, but you can actually see your kindergarten enrollments there on the bottom have been holding pretty steady. I think there are a lot of districts who would kill to be in a situation where their 2021 kindergarten cohort was bigger than what they had in 2016, even if by only a few kids. That is not the common experience around the state for a lot of districts right now. Now this one, there's a lot more census data in the full study. We're keeping it kind of pretty high level tonight. But when you look at, if you happen to look at those new 2020 census numbers that came out, you look at the total population, because you can actually search for it by school district boundaries, and you say, wow, that population went up a lot between 2010 and 2020. You break that down. We don't have the full detailed age breakdown yet, but we have it by over 18 and under 18. And you see almost all of that growth was in the older population. You really barely had any growth of the school-age population, but again, this was spring of 2020. This was that 1920 school year. This was that low point before things started cranking up. And that's neat that we see that reflected in the census numbers, and as we get updates through the American Community Survey over the coming years, we are gonna expect to see that school-age population now actually going up like the overall population has been. Again, we're not going to linger on the spatial analysis, but we do take your current year student list. We put that into a mapping program, so we have a dot for all of your students. This lets us do some analysis. You can kind of see where in your district you have and don't have a lot of students living. And then what's neat, and I think the tool that a lot of our districts just find interesting and useful at a glance, is this matrix where we look at what boundary your students live in versus what schools they're going to. And especially and we're only showing the elementaries here, but especially at the elementary level where you have a couple of choice schools, of course you're gonna have every single one of those students is living in a boundary and going to a different school. But even with that, you have a lot of migration between your boundaries. Again, you have a school where more than half the students who live there in that boundary, go to a different school. You have a school, Marguerite Hahn, where you see the in-migration, where more than half the students who were enrolled in that school are coming in from some other boundary or from out of the district. So there's just a lot of that going on, which that feeds into our projections. Because then, when we're looking at where development is happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that those kids are going to the school that they are going to live in. You have a lot of dynamic activity going on with, again, where all these students are. And then, something to look at for future updates of this potentially might be a deeper dive into getting more historical years, really kind of looking at how this figure has changed. But in the current year, you can see the number of students who are enrolled with Katahdi Roanoke Park Unified who are living outside of the district boundary, with the lion's share of those coming from, we're just doing this by the city of residence, but from somewhere in Santa Rosa, which is probably not a big surprise, but you see there are a few other cities represented there. So now with that, we want to get into now actually looking at your enrollment trends and where we project you to be. So I said one of those three big things we're going to look at is residential development. And before we look at residential development, it's important to know how we quantify what that kind of enrollment impact is. And we do that by looking at what we call a student generation rate, which is simply we look at, in your case, you have a pretty healthy amount of recent development. And we look at what's been built, and if it was occupied soon enough that those students would have shown up in your student list in the fall, we want to look at, for things that have been built in the last few years, how many students do you actually get out of that development, so that when comparable things get built in the future, we have a pretty good idea of what to expect. And so we're looking at three different types of housing, because you can see some pretty big swings. So what we say single family detached, that is your what you see with a lot of the subdivision housing. You have separated units that have their own yard and that are for purchase by families. And so from those, it is just about exactly a 0.3, 0.299. But that means for every 10 homes that are built, you'd expect about 3 students, or 30 students per 100 homes. However ratio you want to do it depends on how many they're building, but that gives us a good idea. Multifamily, so basically market rate apartments, generate fewer, but any kind of affordable housing will generate the most. And you've had all of this kind of development built in your district in recent years, and there's more of it that is planned to also be introduced. So with that gives us an idea, when we know how many units are going to be built, of how many students you would get out of that. And a lot of what's going on is through the city of Roanoke Park. A lot of it, so lately it's the University District specific plan area that has been generating a lot of that new housing. You have a number of specific plan or priority development areas or plan developments. Really, it's not as much that patchwork of smaller individual projects, but just really much more cohesive top-down planning from this city. But you can see, all told, even you still have a few hundred units left in the University District plan. You have more than 3,000 units that are accounted for amongst those plans. And again, even some of them are affordable, some of them might be apartments. But if we're sticking with that, somewhere between probably 0.3 and 0.4 students per unit, you're still looking at hundreds of students that aren't in your district now that will be, once these homes are built at some point. And then keeping in mind, again, for the future, you have, again, parts of the city, or at least their sphere of influence, that are adjacent to but not actually within your district. But again, how that plays out with where those families, once there are homes there, are going in is something that you'll definitely want to keep an eye on and keep track of. And then just a quick look at where the development areas that we've identified are within your district. So now we get into the enrollment projections, and here I think is the single most critical piece of information for you in terms of what we're looking at in your near-term enrollment projections, which is that, so you, like almost everyone else throughout the state, saw your local birth rate go down quite a bit from its peaks pre-recession. So in your case, it was around 2008 to 2010. And then from that point, you had births go down quite a bit, and we track these from the California Department of Public Health, who publishes the data based on the residence of the mother, not where the birth took place, so we are pretty confident that we're capturing the births that are occurring to residents here. But getting to the really core of the matter, since 2017, every year, your births have actually gone up. And I can't state anywhere strongly enough how novel this is in the current demographic climate. Almost everyone else that I'm doing this for this year, it's looking at the opposite picture. And what's very significant about that 2017 cutoff is these are the kids that are just turning 5 years old. These are the kids that are just starting to get to you, to come to you for kindergarten. And that means that you know that population of children living in your district, even absent any additional development. And some of this is due to the development the last couple of years, but you saw, I mean, it's been going on for about 5 years now. You just can expect that you're going to have more kids coming in than you had the year before, just based on how many were born. And so that is one big factor that leads us to be pretty confident in you continuing that increasing enrollment that you've been seeing. Another part, we just look at this really quickly, is we look at how stable is that percentage of, we look at the births in a given year and we look at kindergarten enrollment 5 years later. I mean, depending on where the birth dates fall, it's not always a perfect match for the school year, but we're kind of looking at that apples to apples over the years. And what we want to see is, are there big swings in that, or is it pretty steady? And for you, around probably 75 to 80% in recent years of those births will translate 5 years later into kindergarten enrollment. And so again, the births are going up, and so over the next few years, we expect the kindergarten enrollment proportionally to keep pace with that. Now, transitional kindergarten, I mentioned earlier, that's kind of settled in. You've been getting 15% or a little bit more of those 4 years later who show up as TK, but that's been a program that historically, since 2012, when the state first established it, when they kind of coinciding with rolling the start date back from December 1st or 2nd to September 2nd, the students who used to be eligible for kindergarten but weren't anymore were the target for TK. Now, the state is rolling that forward. So starting this upcoming fall, instead of just those September, October, November birthdays, we're throwing in December and January. By 2025-26, TK has effectively become a new grade level serving all 4-year-olds. And so that has facilities considerations, that has a number of things going with it, but in terms of just what it means for your enrollment is these are kids, again, it's not increasing your overall cohort size, but you're basically getting these kids sooner than you would otherwise have had them. Instead of waiting for them to show up as 5-year-old kindergartners, they are hitting your enrollment log as 4-year-old TK students. Now again, this grade is not compulsory. You offer it, parents have no obligation to enroll in it. But speaking for myself, if my daughter had had free public TK available when she was 4, I would have been a big fan of that. And we expect, again, just based proportionally on what you've been getting, I think kind of the reluctance of some of the very youngest ones to start their school right when they've turned 4 will be balanced out by just, again, the more births, more kids available. I think you're going to see that TK really increasingly keeping pace with at least kind of being that 4 times what it has been at full implementation by the time it's fully rolled out and the word of mouth has gotten around. So that handles what we think is going to happen with the kids coming in. The other big part is every single year, kids move into your district, kids move out of your district. And on net, we want to see, do you tend to pick up or lose kids in the aggregate? And historically, you were pretty close to even. If you took all of your K through 11 students in a year, and then you looked at all of your 1st through 12th graders the next year, if you were in one of that magical dome kind of thing that plopped over your school district and no one got to enter or leave, you would expect all those kids would just come back after the summer break into the next grade level, and you would have a 0.0% change. In reality, it's you always have some leaving and different ones coming in, and it's just on net, are you picking up more than you're losing or vice versa? Or does it tend to be about even exchange. For a lot of historical years, you were plus or minus 1 to 1.5%. The last couple of years, you've been seeing that growth, and again, this has been since you've had a lot of new residential development coming online during that time, and what you're seeing here is that effect of you have kids who are moving in with their families into a new home that didn't exist the year before. Some of them are relocating from within the district, but a lot of them are coming in completely from outside, and those are brand new students, and you're seeing that with how those cohorts, as you had 100 first graders, the next year you have 110 second graders, and so we're just kind of looking at that, especially in light of a consistent rate of development, to let us know what we think is going to happen over the next several years. And then here is that overall moderate projection in the full study. We give you also a low projection and a high projection, especially in the short term. It's very useful. There's a lot of variability in a lot of these rates to see kind of what your kind of bookends are for what we think is plausible trends. But in the long term, looking at full 7 years of projected enrollment, we want to show you the moderate tonight. And you see, again, in the darker color, those couple of years of growth you've had recently. Then you see sustained growth going on over the next 4 years while you have TK rolling out. And every year you have kids who are newly eligible, who have, those birth dates wouldn't have been eligible the year before. You have a little bit more aggressive growth after 2025-26 when TK is fully implemented. That has leveled off some, but we still anticipate overall growth throughout your projection period. And again, this is driven by that heightened levels of residential development, bringing new kids to your district, by the fact that you have more TK students. And apology, this is a whole table of numbers. We don't need to read them all, but the big things are looking across that very top row with the TK. You just see how that really grows as that rolls out. And you also see at the bottom there that a lot of your growth is going to be concentrated in the elementary. Again, because what's happening over the next few years in middle school and high school, you're going to have some new kids coming in from development, but a lot of that is already, you can see the relative size of those cohorts as they're moving in. What you're seeing with those new elementary cohorts that you'll be seeing over this 5 to 7 year projection period is this is what corresponds with those increased years of birth that we've already shown you. We know those kids have been born here. We expect, again, a pretty consistent proportion of them are going to come to you for their public education. And so one last quick bit, sorry, I think I've gone a little longer than I intended to, but the last bit that we want to cover when we look at anything like this is especially, I don't get to do this part through this particular lens with everyone lately, as I've mentioned, is you actually are expecting some enrollment growth. What does that mean in terms of your kind of short-term to long-term facility needs? And based on the facilities master plan that you completed a few years ago, with those capacity values, I've updated some of those with estimates based on new configurations for some of the schools or some other projects that have been done. But again, utilization is sometimes a little independent of capacity, but in terms of just the buildings you have on the ground and the classrooms you have some room to bring this growth in with the facilities that you have now. Again, so kind of looking at all three levels there, you can see that now that some schools, I think, just off the top of my head, I know Evergreen, which is the home school for a lot of the university district development that's been going on, is I think the school that's closest in terms of its projected enrollment with its capacity, but you also saw on that spatial analysis section how much movement there is between schools. So that is always a big factor when you start talking about capacity considerations. So overall next steps, again, particularly given that about half of your overall growth is really coming from these new TK kids, these 4-year-old students that you have, is looking particularly at those facilities. These are students who have different needs, just seeing on your campuses, independent of overall capacity, how those students are accommodated, bringing all this into your facilities master plan, particularly given that the continuation of residential development is a big part of this, checking in with consistently with your cities, with your county, and seeing how that outlook is continuing to hold up, if new things are getting approved, is very important. And then really just, I would love it if it's me, but I mean, having someone come in and update this for you on a regular basis, so that again, if demographic trends change, if things start changing with the births, you see it coming, and you have those years to prepare for what is coming down the pipe at you. And then again, just continuing to monitor that enrollment throughout your schools, and if you do start looking like you're having more enrollment than you would like to have at any particular site, identifying that before it really becomes a big problem and finding your preferred way of mitigating that. So that concludes my presentation. I'm still happy to answer questions, and thank you very much for your time tonight.
Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Since TK and kindergarten are not mandatory, but those numbers are in your birth rates for all, so that's just the best case scenario of what we could, I mean, there could be some parents that don't want to send their kids. I don't know why, but there might be.
No, but that's a good point, and that's, I think, especially why we like to show you that high and that low projection too. So again, this is assuming, and it's helpful that you've had that very steady ratio of looking at your births and then 5 years later looking at how many kindergartners you got, so that as the births go up. But yes, TK, this is it's really the most interesting thing for someone in my position with this really, for I think a lot of us, kind of unprecedented creation of effectively a new grade level but that isn't compulsory, of how, but yeah, right now, what's assumed in your projection is that about, the same participation in TK that you've had will just proportionally multiply out to go in line with the increased eligibility. But this is another one that's very big. As we get the first year or two of real data on that, definitely take a heat check on that and see how that assumption is holding up. Because, again, these projections are based on the best information we have right now, but I guarantee something new has come out that I didn't have access to when I put this together a couple of months ago. And, by the time we roll into your next year of enrollment, there's just always going to be something that will affect how we look at this. But the short answer to the question that you asked, I mean, yes, you at least are in a good spot of at least having some pretty consistent trends when we're looking at your births and your kindergarten picture.
So according to your numbers, it looks like an increase of about 700 students over the next 7 years. That's about 100 students per year increase on your moderate projection.
Yep, so we can just pull that up, but yeah, from about 5,900 now to about 6,500 out in
So
the
600.
28-29 school year.
Okay. So
And
it's about, what, 60 kids a year increase,
and-
something like that?
yeah, and that's where, so looking at the big table here, again, you see a lot of that growing from between about 75 to 100 TK up to around 400 TK at full implementation is a big chunk of that. And then the other part is that if you track any of these, so you look at your 433 first graders this year, we say it's 438 second graders the next year, and then 443 third graders the year after that. You just have this overall net positive growth of your existing cohorts as they roll through, just due to just historically what we'd seen even before the development picked up was that you would have some years of mild decline or some modest growth, but now, for as long as the development picture stays as healthy as it is, we anticipate that you'll continue picking up more kids at the older grade levels too, and that's the other half of your growth equation.
And then the other question I had regarding, it looked like every school site still has quite a bit of capacity from the chart that, one of your slides.
Well, I with that segue, I see a big problem with Technology High School, according to these projections. With the capacity of 420, since it's essentially the same school as John Reed's layout, but with more needs and larger students, with a capacity of 420 and a lowest projected enrollment of 1,050,
Yep.
we're going to need a bigger
Yep.
boat.
Yeah, no, let me look at that. As much as it pains me to admit that
Looks like an error,
that,
perhaps.
that might be an error on my slides, and let me let
Yeah.
me check into that. I will send through staff tonight confirmation on that they can get to you, because my impression from when I was looking at the full study was that you did not have any red flags at a school site, but and I can certainly come back with something in. Again, you have a draft of the study right now. I'll get a final version, and I will either confirm that unfortunately I had a typo on my slide tonight, or if that is something that needs to really be flagged in the executive summary and put in the recommendations of the study, then we'll do that for the final version. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
My other question is, I was just reading a study yesterday, actually, that the state birth rate overall is still declining, even as we speak. I think it's like at 14 point, it's pretty high. So is the only thing that accounts for our birth rate going up in our county here particularly due to the new construction, or various reasons?
It's various reasons. It's not entirely the new construction, because again, you started seeing that back in 2018, 2019, and that was really before you had the volume of the construction that you've had the last couple of years. A big part of this we've seen going back, even back to from 2012 and on, is kind of at the expense of a lot of the San Francisco, East Bay, South Bay, as younger families who are really, really wanting to buy a home, are willing to relocate to where that becomes feasible for them. And Sonoma County was definitely benefited from a lot of those younger families, especially ones that had not yet had kids but were looking to find a place where they could feel like they had a stable kind of housing situation before they had kids. And I think that, again, there's probably dozens of different factors.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, yes, the development is part of it, but certainly just the trends of kind of some of that county-to-county migration. You'll actually see that Sonoma picks up a lot of net residents from a lot of the counties to the south of you.
Thank you.
Anyone have any other questions? Well, thank you for the presentation.
Nope, you're very welcome, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening.
Next up, we have Thomas Page Academy on Stream Adventures.
Dream Adventures. All right, there we go. Well, good evening, Board of Trustees and District Administrators. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. We're so excited to present to you from Thomas Page Academy about our STREAM adventures at our TK through 8th grade school. I'm Lindsay Broden. I'm the principal of Thomas Page Academy, and I'm joined here tonight by Kate Woods, assistant principal, and by Jessica Pengel, who is a teacher leader on campus, and our 7th grade math and science teacher. And she's played a very significant role in what we're presenting on tonight. So thank you so much for having us. All right, so first thing about our school, I would say probably our favorite thing about our school, and probably our teacher supporter in the audience tonight would probably agree with us too. I think it's our TK through 8th grade learning environment. Because if you come to our campus, you can feel how interconnected the grade levels are together. There's a strong familial feeling at Thomas Page Academy. And our older students have the opportunity to mentor and tutor and buddy up with our younger students. And so even as we're presenting tonight, be thinking about that, because a lot of the things that we're talking about tonight within the area of STREAM, which we'll get to in just a moment, they're things that we're doing between the grade levels in partnership. So younger students have older learners to look to and learn from, and older students have that opportunity to demonstrate what it's like to be a role model learner, and it makes for a really great school culture. So STREAM is just like STEAM. We added an R for robotics. So it's science, technology, robotics, engineering, art, and mathematics. And this is an area where we've put a lot of focus and attention in the last few years. And one of the reasons for that is that everything we do is founded on our district goals, our Lcap goals. And so every initiative that we have at our school site, we want to make sure that it's aligned with our district goals, which are aligned with our site goals, which then kind of develop what we're going to do in order to increase student achievement. And so the way that our STREAM adventures line up with our Lcap goals are that we're focused on being standards aligned for Common Core state standards. We want everything that we do to be equitable so that every student has the opportunity to learn and grow, an opportunity for inquiry, critical thinking, hands-on learning. And so we look at all our subgroups and make sure that our English learners, our reclassified students, all of our students have these opportunities in an equitable manner. And we want to make sure that we're preparing our students for high school, for college, for career, and the world beyond our doors. So that is what our work is founded in. And our school goal, which is also derived from our district Lcap goals, is to increase proficiency in math and science within every student subgroup.
All right, and I will talk about our vision for the STREAM engagement. We want to promote, and we believe that this helps us promote collaboration, inquiry, and critical thinking, and really engages students, brings math and science to life, and most importantly, really fosters that love of learning among our students. So we have a robotics and coding enrichment class for our 6th through 8th graders. This is our most popular elective. And in it, our wonderful teacher, Susie Williams, teaches the students coding. And then they use the code to program robots that they make out of robotics kits. And so you can see in the pictures, they have made robots, but most impressively to me, they have, programmed what these computers can do. And it's really wonderful. And here is our garden. Again, we have a wonderful teacher, Barbara Gagan, who was at our school as the 8th grade math and science for many years, a math and science teacher. And she now is coming back in retirement and leading our garden classes. She's very focused on science, so they get to learn all about biology. They learn about environmental sustainability by composting. They do math when they measure to make salsa with the tomatoes that they grew. And so you can see in the picture, there's a whiteboard for her and there's tables and chairs. She's teaching them about pollination of plants and germination and the life cycles and the parts of a plant and of the bugs they find, which our kids really love. Even the 8th graders love finding bugs. It's true. So I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to talk about her STEAM class.
Okay, so along with robotics, I teach a STEAM enrichment class. And it is a class that implements collaboration and hands-on learning that requires them to not only use the scientific method, but to also use their engineering skills and critical thinking skills. So I guide them through this class, but it's really, I give them materials and say, go for it, this is your goal, make it however you can. I turn a lot of things into competition, so the kids really do enjoy it. And some of the ways that I love it, because some of the ways that the kids think to do it, I'm like, I don't think that's gonna work. And then they surprise me and they get really excited when they're like, I told you so, that was gonna work. So it's really good, but they really have to collaborate with each other. They have to learn how to talk to each other. They have to learn how to use the materials together, because they're only given those certain materials, and they have to figure out, how am I going to use this to create what she's asking me to do? And so it really gives them that time to just kind of explore and have hands-on activities.
And then I just want to mention, in our younger grades, in our TK through 5th, they also do hands-on learning projects, which will then be enhanced with our new equipment that Jessica is going to tell you about later in our STEM lab, our STEAM lab. So I have 2 examples. And it was really fun. And then they can analyze, you know, if it withstood, okay, what was structurally sound about this, right? So, and then another example is one of our 5th grade teachers who does a lot of hands-on projects. She was teaching about the water cycle, and they made clouds with, you know, warm water in a paper cup. So now they're going to have more high-tech things to work on, which I'll let Jessica tell you about.
So the other thing that I teach is an after-school class that is a STEAM stream class that we're going to be working on. And this is a really good thing, because the kids that maybe necessarily don't hit my wheel for the rotation for my enrichment class, I use the same concepts. We do a lot of hands-on critical thinking activities that they have to then analyze and figure out what worked, what didn't work, and how can I make it better. And they actually get to pick a focus point. So we do small activities together, but then within that class, the other half of the hour is for them to figure out what area are they interested in, and creating a visual project to represent their research and findings. So it's different than doing just a regular research project where you post your findings on a poster board. They can create an art project around it. They can create a presentation. They can do singing or dancing thing, a play, to be able to present what they learned from their area of interest. And so this is really great for kids that just don't get that opportunity in class, because we do have a lot of stuff we have to cover. So this gives them that opportunity to have an outlet to dive into something deeper. And actually, a lot of our kids that are in our STEAM club actually do end up applying to Tech High and going there, because they're just so interested in continuing that on. Along those same lines, every year we go to the Sonoma County STEAM Showcase. And the kids all have to get interviewed by myself and other impartial, I usually have 2 other impartial people that come and have them interview and practice. And this is where they actually go to present in front of presenters that they don't know. And so this is a great way for them to also learn how to speak in public. I tell my students all the time that give me a classroom full of kids and I'm great, but standing up here and presenting, I hate it. So I tell them that it's really good to practice it, because it is a life skill to have. And so they get that opportunity, and then throughout the day they present, and then throughout the day they do other hands-on activities. And so we're really looking forward to, it wasn't able to happen this year, but we're really looking forward to having it next year. And then we also have our STEAM and Literacy Family Night, and this is something that I am a big part of. It is a fun night that is teacher planned and run, with many interactive science lessons and reading activities. It is a way to kids to showcase their work that they've done over the year. It is a way for families to be able to have a fun, free night where they come and they get to do lots of different activities all throughout campus. Our whole campus is open. And it is one of our biggest event. I think it is probably our biggest event that we have every year. We had a lot of families join this year, which was great because it's been over 2 years since we've been able to have it. So it was really great to have families in person. We did virtual last year. That's right. And then we also have our former students. So we have the high school students come back, and they get volunteer hours too. And then they actually help to teach the science and background behind it for all the other kids that come in. So they also get that connection and come back to their TPA family. And then we also have our middle schoolers also volunteer. They do get a treat if they volunteer. But they still learn how to teach the younger kids, and it's a good experience for them. This year, one of my students was like, "This is really hard." I was like, "Yeah, it's not always easy." So, and then we always encourage and invite and love to have the board members to come as well, because it's a really fun event. And if you ever want to do reading in our library, we'll sign you up for a time to do that.
So with this focus at our school and us noticing that we were really enjoying all of these aspects of our curriculum and our opportunities for our students, and then also with looking at our district goals and our site goals, we decided to form like a focus team at our site, and Ms. Pengel was on that team, and we kind of figured out like what are some next steps for us to grow in this area in math and science and engineering, so that we can increase student achievement. And we used Title I funds and ESSER dollars to create a space on campus that will be opening up in the fall called our STEM Lab. Well, now it'll be called our Stream Lab because we have this longer acronym now. And that is where students in all grade levels will be able to have opportunities to build and to engineer and to do these hands-on science projects. And then also we've ordered some 3D printers and some laser etching, a laser etching device, very high quality for students to be able to actually engineer in a new way. And when we go to that STEAM showcase that Ms. Pengel referred to in her presentation, they're going to be achieving at a higher level there and representing our district and our school in a different way than we ever have before. And we are just so thrilled to provide these opportunities to our students because we see the joy that it brings them, and we see that we're making our district goals come to life and fostering a love for learning within our students. And to see our faculty love this and cherish all of this too, really, I think, is contagious among our whole school community. And so we're just really excited about the future at Thomas Page Academy with our STREAM adventures. So thank you very much for listening and having us here tonight. Did you have any questions? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have UELF. They're going to go over Noaa BWET grant and Noaa Ocean Guardian grant.
All right, good evening. Board, it's nice to see you. My district administrators, it's always great to see you. And my colleagues out there in the audience, it's wonderful to see you. So I'm excited to get to build. I'm Christina Lundy. I'm presently the principal at University Elementary School, but I'm speaking today on something that's for our entire district. So I work at University, but today, what happened? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I see the charger right here. Here's a charger. I have my paper version sitting in my purse. So I'm going to be speaking about a grant that is for our entire district. Noaa Be Wet grant, which is, oh, you go blank when you don't have it in front of you, the Oceanic thank you, which is our National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration Bay Watershed Education Experiences Grant. And this is a grant that is in alignment with everything that my colleague was able to share at Thomas Page. So what I'm excited as I was hearing about them, I want you to hear what you heard there, and I want you to see how it fits in with this grander district grant that's for all of our elementary schools. So the grant that I'm speaking of aligns with our district goals. You're also going to hear about the goals and objectives of this grant. You're going to hear some highlighted work of teachers who have been participating in this grant and about some teachers who are about to participate in it next week, plus some intentional examples of what it looks like when you integrate your content area of science with your English language arts. So I'm going to open this up again so you can see the slides. And this is when we're reminded to take deep breaths, check over the notes. There we go.
Cool. There you go.
All right, thank you for your assistance. It is K through 5. It is K through 5. So this grant is aligned with actually all 5 of our Lcap grant goals, but it really targets these 4 areas. And so all the work is grounded in aligning the work with our standards. So you're going to see the icons there for the science standards, for the history, social science standards, and ELA. It also really addresses providing students with the opportunity to learn about the grander world in the ways that they can participate in it. It really focuses on the partnerships with our local community and how students are a part of that and how teachers get the partnership with the local community. But all of this was written through the lens of how do we support our EL students. So every piece of this grant was written in a way of how do we deepen the pedagogical practices of our educators to be able to bring science and history, social science into the hands of all of our students at our schools. So this grant came to be as we were realizing that the next generation science standards were adopted in 2013. And as a district, we haven't had formal opportunities to learn more about these standards. Your teachers have learned about them. Your teachers have dug into them because they do their job and they know what they need to do. But they haven't been given that opportunity to dig into it and understand that the science standards have 3 big parts to them. We're really good at targeting like the standard. We learn the life cycle. Well, that's 1/3 of what we learn. We actually have the science and engineering practices, which is how you think like a scientist. And then you have the themes, the big ideas, how it's cause and effect, how it's part of structure and function. Our science standards were written to have all those 3 equitable parts. This Noaa grant addresses teaching science through those 3 pieces. Also, we now test our students, our 5th graders, our 8th graders, and our 11th or 12th, depending on the school and how we decide to do it, with the CAS test. So as a 5th grade teacher, you feel this weight of responsibility that they're supposed to learn all this science. Well, the weight needs to start with the TK teacher because that science is taught all through 5th grade and then we assess. Just like in 8th grade, that 8th grade teacher is giving that science test, but it's based on the work from 6th and 7th grade as well. And that's why it depends if it's 11th or 12th, because you want your students to have access to all those standards that they need to learn in science. So that's another reason why we needed to write the Noaa grant. We also know that the ELA, when we adopted Common Core, we increased nonfiction text, students interacting with nonfiction text, to 50%, and that starts in 3rd and 4th and 5th grade. So yes, we still read the books that many of us fall in love for reading for, and we need to provide our students with access to nonfiction text and an interesting way to engage with it 50% of the time. So how you do that, so that we all want to engage in it. Some of us love reading Lego directions. If you talk to any 3rd, 4th, or 5th grader, they don't even look at the directions, they just do it. But if they had to figure something out, they'll go to it. That's nonfiction text, that counts. That's what science texts are, it's nonfiction. So how do you weave that together? So that was the reason this Noaa grant came to be in our district. So we are the recipients of this grant. It's a 3-year grant. We have it, this was our first year, we have 2 more years, and each year we're getting $100,000 that has been written out towards teachers engaging in hands-on, documented science and history integrated learning. We're really looking at how teachers are connecting with their local partnerships. So we are partnered with the Fairfield Osborne Preserve, which is already a partner of our district, along with the Laguna de Santa Rosa Foundation, since all of our schools have some sort of access to this watershed. And we're doing this through the sciences. So teachers are going to have the opportunity to engage as a learner while they toggle what it means to bring this kind of learning to their students. Here's the seller for all of our principals. Our goal of getting all 5th grade students to outdoor education. And so right now, as a community, we are signed up for all of our 5th graders to go to Nature Bridge. We have to ask permissions, but we have the dates in the makings within a 3-week window. So if you're a parent in our community and you have a 5th grader, you could be at the basketball game and go, oh, well, our school's gonna go next week. Oh, our school went last week. Oh, my kid's there right now. And to have that camaraderie amongst our families in our community that we're all going to this together as a principal team, that was something we were really excited about. We also are brainstorming, how do we do this and fundraise as a whole community? Because the grant is just a kickstart. This grant is written, and you can only get it if you're willing to use your systematic structures within your district to do this work. So you can't just do it and be like, oh, it's just for the time of the grant. You have to actually demonstrate what are the structures in my district that will support us working with our teachers and working with our students in a systematic way, which is why it has to be aligned with our Lcap goals, which was how it was written. So next week, we now have 27 teachers who are signed up from all of our elementary schools. So every elementary school is represented. And we are going to be diving into SUPER, which is Students Understanding Peoples, Environments, and Resources. That's the name of our grant. And our driving question that we'll be going back to and developing a deeper understanding is, how does the intersection of humans and the environment impact communities? So you can hear the history part, you can hear the science part. There's ample opportunities for the English language arts. And for those that get really creative, you will find how the math can fit. But it's intentional. It's how do these standards converge to be able to do that. So the pictures that you're looking at are actually where your teachers are going to be participating. We will start one day out at the Laguna de Santa Rosa Foundation, where their education director will be guiding us through what do we notice, what do we wonder, what do we see. We'll be deepening our practices in nature journaling, which gets you into nonfiction writing, because it really shows you the value of using your drawings, using labels, talking about what you're doing, and then being able to go deeper into your questions of what you know and what you don't know. We're then going to be at the Labath Learning Station on the second day, where we're going to take what we experienced out in the field and bring some ideas together and go deeper into our learning. And then we're going to end our day on the third day out at the Fairfield Osborne Preserve, where we'll then close out. And then our teachers will be invited to participate in after-school workshops throughout the year to be able to go, how did we do this with our students? How am I deepening my practice? How am I incorporating my local school site to be able to get my students outside? Right now that says 25, we're at 27. So the principals saw each other last night, couple side conversations, we were able to pull 2 more in. So we're at 27. Every school was present even before that, which was amazing. And the Noaa Be Wet grant is about kids getting outside. How do you get kids outside to be aware, to want to be outside, to know their local environment? And they're called MeWes. Lots of acronyms in Noaa. The meaningful watershed education experiences. So your teachers will be participating in this in our 3 days together, which we will continue throughout the year using their school sites. So I'm not talking about adding more field trips that are gonna take them far away. It's about going outside your own door. And it's about using your local playground, using your field to find, the kids find them. We have so many roly-poly nurseries at my school. But why? And why did they feel that way? And do they like the texture? And do they like the artificial grass? Or do they like the real grass? Do they like it when the dirt is wet? Do they like it when the dirt is dry? Why? And that is addressed in every science standard. If you wanted to talk grade levels, that addresses, you can bring that in. That's what your teachers will do next week. They're gonna have a hard copy of them. They're gonna be able to highlight what they need to do, and then they're gonna be able to try it outside. So here's our theory, that if teachers use science content to engage and practice ELA priority standards, then students will have increased interest and multiple access points to the key learning. This aligns with our PLC work. So as a PLC school and our teams in their inquiry cycles, targeting an ELA standard, they can use that standard in their core content area of science or social studies. Now you've got the kids hooked. They can't stop thinking about science, and you can get them into history. Some of them are already history buffs. You gotta work a little harder there to get them excited about the past. But when you bring in connections, they do. So the same questions we ask in our PLCs, that same evidence that we're doing, this work aligns with that. So that's the other piece that we're showing. When we're looking at our standards next week, it'll be another practice of how we prioritize what we teach, and how do we measure that kids are learning it, and how do we know that what we did worked. That's all the work that we're doing with PLCs. And we gotta document it. So, as we heard the STEAM showcase, the picture of the gentleman standing, listening to our first graders, STEAM showcase this year for Sonoma County Office of Ed, you could have come to your school. And these guys came and worked with our first graders only to be able to practice that idea of sharing their ideas. Often ideas start out in chart paper with ideas getting pulled, and the goal is that it can end up in a documentation poster to demonstrate what you've learned along the way, and again, constantly asking what worked, what didn't, what do we need to do next time? So our next steps as a district, there's also a Noaa Ocean Guardian Grant, which UALF has been able to be a recipient of once, fingers crossed that we'll get it the second time, and Thomas Page, you are in for an Ocean Guardian Grant. It's $4,000 that you can spend towards habitat restoration or your garden. So our goal is that every elementary school will apply for this grant so that they can get $4,000 towards their gardens, towards how that ties in with their science in their classroom. We're also gonna have our next steps of how will we facilitate and support the staff with instructional routines with the science and engineering practices. Not just what kids can memorize, how do they think like a scientist? Because when they take that CAS test, all the answers are there within the CAS test if the kids can tackle it through the science and engineering practices. This is a systematic plan for fundraising for all the CRP-USD fifth graders to attend outdoor education in 2023. So be ready to go to your Papa Murphy's, be ready to go to your Dine and Donates, because it's gonna be for every fifth grader. We have some creative ideas. We have a big movie idea. The brains are going. So our next steps will be, we get this for a whole nother 2 years, that we're gonna be able to take our teachers through science, history, integrated convergence, ELA learning. What are your questions or comments or thoughts?
I do have one question. Are we picking Nature Bridge for the fifth grade outdoor ed because they give us those, like, why Nature Bridge, I guess?
So that's a great question. We had a discussion.
And where with Nature Bridge are you going?
So it's Nature Bridge in the Headlands,
Okay.
so Golden Gate. There's 2 reasons why. One, they were willing to work with us and get all of us within 3 weeks. We also talked with Marin County Office of Ed Walker Creek. They really want us too, but they couldn't get it together yet. And so we have said as a principal group, this is our pilot couple of years where we can test out a couple of places, but that's a win if you can get an entire district to go. We liked the idea of a window of time. Because, for example, my school is scheduled first because all the principals want to come out and see it with my kids so they can go. The second reason, honestly, I went to Nature Bridge for 8 years as a 5th grade teacher, so I know it inside and out. I was there hiking around when I was 7.5 months pregnant. My son's now 18. So when I called them, they recognized my name and they got us in. So that was the second. And Maya Russell Nava is also familiar with Nature Bridge. So that was why. And it's a strong science-focused program, which is what I wanted. And you do team building too. I mean, you got to do team building, your outdoor education. And they serve great coffee.
So we,
That's important.
we may want to look at a massive contract with Nature Bridge, because that's who Excel uses to go to Yosemite.
Yosemite.
And we can talk offline about that. But, and it's all been positive, but I would think if we're sending so many, if we're sending 7th and 8th graders from Excel, and then we're sending all of our 5th graders, Nature Bridge isn't the least expensive option.
No.
And so maybe we can work something out with a group discount or something. Just
I
to make
think
sure
that would be
we're
a great
getting-
conversation to have at this level. That would be fantastic. I will pass that baton.
just wanna make sure we
John's been
utilize,
working with
you
me
know.
a lot, and Nikki. I could not have done this without the two of them. They've been my business partners.
I want to say thank you.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you to you, and I want to say thank you to TPA, because this is why I ran for school board in 2018. I wanted to see the academic focus. I wanted to see this exact thing, and I am really excited. This will be my last year as a board member, and I think that we've got great things coming over the next 6 months. And so I'm very excited, and I am so proud of the principals and the work that they're doing. So thank you all.
We enjoy each other. And it's like, I mean, you can see when I was here for Rachel's PLC, I was like, yes, like we really are striving to be working together and for the best of what our students need. And so, they ask the hard questions. They ask the same, why this one? Should we do the? I mean, Teresa Raffoni has been all about outdoor education as a teacher and now as an administrator, and so she has great questions and the history. I also talk to the 5th grade teachers. So another reason with Nature Bridge is what we get for our staff as well. And so it makes our staff be able to enjoy their program with their children because of the field science teachers that we get to work with. So there's balance.
So ditto to what Chris had just said. One of my favorite sayings is, if 1 and 1 doesn't equal 3, you're not doing your jobs. You guys are doing your jobs. Thank you.
It's our pleasure. So there's always a joke, because when I go to outdoor ed, I always want to go back. So hopefully I'll come back, because it's one of those things I'd be like, I want to come back. I just want to stay here and live out in the trees. Yeah, I know. I have a
Come back
kid.
so you can go the next year.
I know. So, thank you. Thanks for having us here tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? So communications, we have no report for SEIU or CSCA, but we do have a report from RIPSIA. And Denise, I understand this is your last report. Well, thank you for the all the other reports you've given before. I know sometimes they're very hard to give.
Yeah,
And I
thank you.
appreciate that. It takes a lot.
Thank you. So good evening, President Chimino and School Board Trustees, Superintendent Perez. Here we are, it's June. I want to congratulate the graduates of the class of 22 and wish them well as they move on to work opportunities, trade schools, and universities. As educators, it's always an honor to witness this milestone. I also congratulate all the students that are moving up into new classrooms, new grade levels, meeting new teachers, and at new school sites. We, as teachers and parents, always say we are proud of you, but I hope you're proud of yourself. It has been no easy feat getting through these last couple of years during the pandemic. I also want to recognize the amount of time and effort that went into the planning and execution of all the various end-of-the-year celebrations and graduations. Tonight will be my last address to you as the RIPSIA president, as our leadership will be shifting in July. It's been my honor to represent our amazing educators this school year. Thank you, board, for listening to the RIPSIA president reports each month. Thank you for your service for our district. We welcome Ben Meshes from Tech Middle as president, Jen Ganales, who's here from Rancho as second vice president, Rebecca Cronin from Lawrence Jones as treasurer, and Megan Cockram from Marguerite Hahn as secretary. They've all been instrumental site leaders, and we are confident that this shift will be an easy transition and continuity for our association. RIPSIA leadership remains committed to strengthening our association. We will continue to watchdog and be vocal when we see practices and policies that do not support the best working conditions for our educators and ultimately our students. We will continue to be part of and join district committees so that we can collaborate with both the district administrators and school board trustees to improve our schools and best support all students. We will continue to ask to dialogue with the board. And yes, we do need to move forward after this year. After all, we want the best for our students and community, and we're looking at ways that we can engage in doing that. And that's it. Thank you so much. Have a good summer.
Hey, Denise, I have a question. Isn't there a first vice president?
There is. We did not have anybody step into that role. So that could happen at any time or in the beginning of the school year.
Okay. Well, I hope you have an awesome summer.
Thank you. May I give this to you?
So number 8, the consent agenda. I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda A through O. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion. Motion carries 5-0. Introductions. Introduction of new principal, Monte Vista Elementary. Myra?
Ms. Galdames, would you like to step to the podium, please? So I'm very proud this evening to introduce Rachel Galdames. Rachel Galdames comes from Sonoma Valley Unified, where she was the principal at Flowery Elementary School, a K-5 dual immersion school. And prior to that, she served as assistant principal at Harvest Middle School, another 6-8 dual immersion school, and an international baccalaureate middle school in Napa. She has 21 years of experience, and she started off as an instructional aide and an assistant in special ed classroom. So her long roots, long history here. She taught 8 years in high school, started at high school, actually teaching Spanish at San Rafael High School, which I found fascinating. I'm like, oh. Anyway, and she's also been in Marin and Petaluma, 5 years teaching middle school and 4 years teaching elementary school as a dual immersion teacher. So we're really excited. If you haven't guessed by now, she is bilingual. She speaks Spanish, so I'm very excited about that. Anyway, she's also been a PBIS coordinator, a mentor teacher, and she was GLAD trained. I'm going to explain that. GLAD training is a guided language acquisition design. Really, it is an instructional model where teachers develop units in the areas of science and social studies with strategies built in to support English learners. So I'm really excited about that. I took the training, but I'm not certified. Rachel is certified, so I'm sure we will tap her to help us and support our English learners. So we're really proud to introduce her as Monte Vista's new principal. And would you like to say a few words, Rachel?
I would. I will keep it brief, but I just want to let you know that I am so excited to be coming to Roanoke Park, Katahdi, and part of what drew me here and what makes me feel already like part of the family is just the warmth. It's the warmth that I got in the interview room with the Dr. P's. The amazing collaboration I already see, and I'm so inspired by what I've heard here tonight. I'm getting goosebumps, actually. I'm really excited. I'm really excited about all of the grant opportunities that we have, hearing about the work that's happening at Thomas Page Elementary, and how we can integrate those subjects together to grasp those English language learners and grasp all students are English language learners, because we're asking them to learn at a high academic level. So really getting them engaged, and GLAD was going through my mind as I have a little bit in my notes about that. But to keep it brief, I'm very excited to be part of this team. And I'm really looking forward to working with this group of people right here and this group of people up here as well. So thank you so much for having me. Thanks.
As you can see, instructional leadership is a priority of mine, and we keep finding some incredible instructional leaders to join an incredible team that's here already.
We're going to take a 5-minute break if that's okay with everyone. Sounds good. We have 10A, presentation and adoption of 9 to 12th grade ELA/ELD curriculum.
So in this presentation, we're going to hear from our curriculum specialist, Catherine Woods, and she has invited some of the teachers that piloted this program. What we're going to ask is that the board approve the 9th through 12th English Language Arts, English Language Development curriculum, which is Study Sync, and approve the purchase of the curriculum. And so I will hand it over to Ms. Woods to do the rest of the introductions.
Hello, I'm back because in addition to being the assistant principal at Thomas Page Academy, I am also a curriculum specialist on the Ed Services team at the district. And I have with me tonight, I have Amy Reebley, who's in the audience and can answer questions. She is an English language arts teacher at Rancho Katahdi. And then I have Holly Campos up here with me. And she's hiding, but she's going to talk a little bit about the process and about what the teachers really liked in their unanimous decision to purchase this this curriculum. So, without further ado, our objectives, we tonight just want to give you a little bit of an overview and the timeline and explain with what process the teachers on the piloting committee evaluated the curriculum that led to our recommendation tonight. So again, we always look at the Lcap goals, the district goals, and so the first goal that we looked at was around bringing the Common Core California state standards into ELA and our English learner classes, which had not been done. In fact, the old ELA adoption was from 2001, right before I started in this district. So bringing that up to speed, and then the next two are really all around equity. So bringing all the students a curriculum that will prepare them for the 21st century, for college, career, whatever they want to do. And finally, especially our English learners and our reclassified former English learners, to bring that equity piece to them. So this is the timeline. You can see that at the beginning of the school year, we saw presentations from various publishers. I want to say something about the publishers. Now, you may remember that when my colleague Katie Larkin presented the TK through 8 adoption for ELA and ELD, there was a approved list of publishers that had put out curriculum approved by the state. The state has not approved any curricula for 9th through 12th grade. They have recommended curricula. And so those are the ones that we looked at. The teachers on the piloting committee and the adoption committee narrowed it down. There was one clear standout. It was Study Sync by McGraw-Hill. And so they piloted it and then went through a process that we'll talk about a little bit more to evaluate it. Again, this is the overview, and I'm going to turn it over to Holly Campos, an English language arts and history teacher at Tech High.
Hi. So our first step on kind of the roadmap was, as Ms. Woods talked about, looking at that recommended list, going forward, and looking at the presentations of the curriculum. We formed our pilot teams, and then we were able to choose actually which curriculum we wanted to pilot. So I think we all on the pilot teams chose a different curriculum to take a look at. We're all in various grade levels, teaching various topics. And so when we selected that material to pilot, we definitely got a good array of the different options that Study Sync has to offer. And it was over a period of 4 months, and we had time to kind of dive into it, to plan it, to provide the lessons, to do some of our own processing on those, to redeliver anything, and then share some recommendations, what we liked about it. And I'll talk about that part in a moment. But basically, back in February then, there was a presentation for parents, community members to come and give input, and then we evaluated the curriculum using a rubric that I think Ms. Woods is going to talk more about that rubric.
Yes, so the rubric was evaluating the curriculum for things like rigor, inclusivity, ease of access, user-friendly with teachers and students. It dove pretty deep, and all the teachers on the piloting committee filled that out, and they all came to the same conclusion to recommend this Study Sync program. And now I'll turn it over to Holly, who is going to explain what they liked about it.
There's actually a pretty extensive list of what we really liked about the curriculum. And so basically it starts with the scaffolding, and there's various levels of the scaffolding that occurs for all of our students. So depending on what level they're at, the differentiation there was a key component, and the ease of being able to scaffold and differentiate that within the system for the appropriate rigor. It's also aligned with our Common Core standards, and there are standard-based assessments that make sure that we are, our students are getting what they need from us in the sense of, do we need to reteach lessons if they're not quite hitting, that standard? Maybe they're struggling with a specific lesson or a specific standard. We know that right away. It's instant feedback for us to be able to see it right then and there and be able to jump right back in and reteach it, which is nice to have that right away. So the rubrics, the instant feedback for the students as well as, like I said, the teachers. There's both digital and paper resources, so it's easily accessible for students. And they have an array of different pieces of reading that we can also choose from. So there's nonfiction, there's also the classics that are included. There are contemporary novels that are integrated with writing lessons, grammar lessons, just the assignments. Basically, each unit has kind of a set standard, but the way that you can pull in, there's 4 core units for each grade level, and then you can pull in the different novel sets that align with the core units as well. So we're excited to be able to really pull in those new pieces, as well as, like I said, pair with those contemporary pieces as well. So our materials are going to be ordered, hopefully, with your blessing. And then we'll have an initial professional development that comes up in August, and then some follow-up professional development for the teachers in both September and December. And there's going to be some mapping for instructional sequence that will take place, some curriculum support, and I think Kate is going to maybe fill in some of that for us as well.
Yeah, so already we've been working with the IT department, the business department, and facilities to make this a smooth rollout, should it get approved. And there's one thing I wanted to add about because both teachers here tonight are English language arts teachers. The English learner teachers were thrilled with this as well. Unanimously, they said, this is what we always wish we had. Before, they just kind of, created lessons themselves, but this is really good and really aligned for those English learners. And the ELD teachers can access lessons that go with what the English language arts teachers are assigning, special ELD lessons. So it's pretty special. So the final recommendation by the curriculum committee is to adopt the Study Sync by McGraw-Hill for grades 9 through 11, but not 12, because in grade 12 they use the ERWC program, which is put out by the state. It's free and accessible, and it stands for English expository. Thank you, Holly. Expository reading and writing curriculum, and they will continue to use that. That's what the piloting committee decided. I would like to give a huge thank you. They put in so much time this year in the ELD department. At Rancho Katahdi, it was Christina Grace, Lucia Papineau, and Gina DeSau. In ELA, we had Holly Campos and Valerie Gansler, Amy Reebley, and Emily Walters. So half from each high school. And so I would like to thank them publicly.
I have a couple questions, sorry. So for the novels, are they hard copy novels, or are they digital, or both?
Good question. So we chose a plan in which we will order 2 hard copy novels for each student. And at each site, the various teachers in the various levels, and at Rancho Katahdi, the various academies chose novels that will address their students' needs. There are also thousands of novels available on the online version.
So they'll read 2 novels, like with a book in their hand, and then additional novels on their Chromebooks or however else.
Yes, please, Holly. And then if you have more, yeah.
Just to add to that a little bit, it also, all of the books we already have, novel sets that we already have, a lot of them are also linked to Study Sync. So we still have access. Now we just have access to the curriculum for those novel sets that we already have. So a lot of the classics, The Great Gatsby, To Kill a Mockingbird, that's still all in there together too.
And then if a teacher has a favorite novel that they've been liking to teach over the years and it's not part of this set, can they continue to keep teaching that novel, or? Okay.
Yes.
Good, okay.
Yeah, and I know in the quote, it says the same novels for every grade, but that's not what we're doing. It's a placeholder for the purchase amount, because the books all cost the same. So if you're looking at the quote, we're not reading The Odyssey and Grapes of Wrath over and over again every year. It's just a placeholder.
Hey, it's okay to read a novel a second time. You get something a little out of it,
Yes.
But we're so excited that, like each academy at Rancho in the 9th grade, they each pick novels that go with their academies. And so we're really wanting to make sure that this is materials that really come to life with the instruction that teachers are doing in the classroom with this curriculum.
And then we keep talking, so Tech High and Rancho will both adopt the same curriculum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it apply to El Camino as well, or does El Camino
No,
have their own
they
language?
use their own curriculum.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's been updated and is good to go? Anyone?
Yeah, we will work closely
Okay.
with El Camino. We have some work that we're going to be doing in the near future, and looking at their curriculum and how to best support the El Camino program. But they do already have some curriculum that they've been using. They partially use some of the Edgenuity lessons as part of the instruction, because their instruction is very compacted.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
Right, and I'd like to add about the novels. There are 2 ways that teachers can structure their scope and sequence. There are novel sets, and then there are units based on standards. So the units based on standard, anything that they teach, any nonfiction or novel, they can use those and hit the standards.
And then I know when we adopted the elementary, there was some concern about professional development. And so we have 1 day of professional development for the teachers for this. What is the publisher's recommendation for professional development?
Yeah, it is to do that initial day and then to do the 2 follow-ups, which is what we're scheduling to do.
Okay, so we're following the publisher's recommendation on this?
Yes.
Great. That's all mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything from Rancho Katahdi?
Study Sync, I found, just hits all the marks that we've really been looking for in curriculum over I've been here since 2000, so, and that was the year we adopted our previous curriculum, so it's really old. And it hits all the marks. It's basically designed around the 21st century student. It uses a lot of the technology, but it also allows for consumables and paper copies. The way that Study Sync gives us our textbooks is actually it's a consumable for each student if that's the way we would like them. They can tailor our textbooks to include the units that we as particular teachers of particular grades would like them to be tailored so that our students get basically an individualized reader for our classes, which is also something that we've never been able to do before. In terms of just the program itself, I feel really increases the rigor that we've been looking for so many years. The actual format and the format is not the word, but the
Interface.
anyway, the way it's set up.
The interface?
Yes, thank you. Interface.
That was hard.
Exactly like the questions are actually given exactly like the tests, the standardized tests. So students get used to annotating and highlighting on screen, and then being able to split the screen to refer back to the text in order to answer the questions. The testing, I kind of went extra on the pilot because that's kind of who I am, but I taught the entire semester with my 2 classes, and it provides so many levels of learning that were harder to implement prior to this type of curriculum that we discovered, because we can not only take all of our favorite units and the activities that we love to do and the activities the students love to do, but then also pair them with this really structured curriculum. So I really appreciated it. I think the students liked it. They got to the point where they're like, can we do something not on the computer? But that's where, all of us love the units that we've been teaching over the years, and so we can still pull out all of those lessons and assignments that we really like to do that cover the exact same standards, but just in a different way that is off screen or off keyboard. So it's very functional.
And it also integrates with Google Classroom too. So it's not like we're having to move away from what the students have become used to over the last few years. So that's a smooth integration getting from Study Sync to Google Classroom.
So it is a 9th through 11th grade adoption. I noticed I titled it 9th through 12th. I apologize for that. So it's 9th through 11th. The digital quote, just like with the elementary, covers us for 6 years. So this is a purchase that we do now, and it covers us for the next 6 years. And we were able to split it just like we did the elementary and middle school one between our general fund and the use of our one-time dollars.
So if the teachers can kind of pick and choose their individual favorites, did we poll them before they went on summer break so we know what to order for them? Or yes. Okay, great.
We've done that.
Does anyone have anything else? Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I believe this is an action item. So could I get a motion to approve 10A?
I make a motion to approve 10A.
Can I get a
I'll
second?
second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then I forgot, I didn't let Denise do her public comment at the beginning, but now would be the time. Yeah, she's doing a public comment on 10B, but when we came back from break, I didn't.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me? I don't know if I need the mic. So thank you for letting me do a public comment on the A through G plan. And the reason why I'm speaking is because the A through G plan affects Rancho Katahdi High School, but also I wanted to just give a comment on behalf of being a RIPSIA member. And so I know that I'm kind of speaking before the plan is explained, but I'm definitely in favor of this. But one thing that I would like to clarify is that in the beginning, I was involved in just a couple conversations about the funding and then the FTEs that would be used to help implement the program. And at first, it was pitched as a TOSA, a teacher on special assignment. And I would like to suggest, and I am in agreement of having that as a curriculum specialist or an admin position. And the reason why I'm speaking is because I know that RIPSIA has given the district criticism about being admin heavy. And I just wanted to kind of counter that in regards to this. I think that a curriculum specialist is a better fit and a better use of resources for this plan than to have teachers on special assignment help with that, because what that's going to do, it's going to leave some really crucial teachers and classes maybe possibly empty, meaning you're going to have to hire a temp, or maybe to fill that that 0.5 or the 2.5s, you're going to have to backfill it. And how are you going to backfill it if we have teachers, a teacher shortage, or if you're going to be giving a 1.2? And I think so the best resource would to move forward with a curriculum specialist. So I just wanted to add that tidbit. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. So a 10B approval of A to G plan. Short little presentation, okay.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. We're just following up on the presentation that we did on this, the A through G in March. At that time, we presented to the board for public comment on the A through G plan. And so I wanted to give an update as we move forward into requesting that you approve our A through G plan. So the alignment to the Lcap goal is, of course, to implement a broad course of study. Joining me is Dr. Gansler. We've worked really closely on this plan. So just a review of what the purpose of the grant is. There's two parts to the grant. One of them is to help with A through G completion, and one is the A through G learning loss mitigation. They really are very intertwined, both funding sources. And so what we've done since we presented for the public hearing, we received the public input, shared with the board, we developed the budget, and then I will let Dr. Gansler elaborate more on the work we've done since that presentation.
Thank you. We met with I understand.
There was a timer that Stephen had set for public comment. I don't know how to turn it off, Stephen. Sorry, I think he's going to have to come over here.
I'm going to continue.
Time's up, time's up, time's up.
I didn't even see it, or I would have turned it off.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Stephen.
There we go. As you were.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes, so we met with several of our department chairs to discuss the opportunity for this grant and what we might need as a school in order to increase our A through G numbers. And we talked about some of the hurdles. And we had 2 formal substantive meetings. Dr. Perez came and joined us, and it sounds like that also happened at LJMS and TMS as well. Yeah, and then from there we started crafting a plan. Okay. All right. So this plan, well, yeah, it's addressing some of the barriers that we're encountering, some of the hurdles. You know, obviously coming into high school prepared for the 9th grade standards is absolutely essential. The math in particular, which is getting an overhaul, from what I understand, and very much connected to this has been a sudden change by the Santa Rosa JC, where we send a huge number of our graduates. They have increased the bar for what they're giving credit for and what they're expecting high school students to know. So they are expecting, at minimum, our graduates, all high school graduates in the county, to complete Algebra 2. And so we are moving structurally forward with that as well to put that in place so that that is the bulk of our students meet that standard as well, so that they, you know, again, our mission is to be college and career ready. And so if the JC is saying that Algebra 2 is the minimum that they need to meet, then we absolutely need to meet that as well. Foreign language courses are being introduced into middle school. That should prepare our readiness as well. We're also doing some other things where we are training all of these teachers who teach honors courses are going through AP training, right? So just upping the level so that they have in mind what the next level is. So passing a graduation requirement with a D, that advances someone toward their diploma, but it knocks them out of A through G contention. And so this is a significant challenge where we want to make sure that someone with a D first of all, the best way to deal with this is to prevent the D in the first place. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But the second thing is that if they do have that D, they have a way to make this up so that they are not off that path. You know, we all make mistakes. I mean, this is not an exaggeration, because we did a transcript analysis. You could have a student who has straight A's and 1 D in 1 A through G class, and they're out. They're out of A through G contention. It's harsh. And so we need a way to develop units, informative feedback, so that a student, first of all, is prevented from getting a D in the first place. But if they do, we have a way for them to make it up so that it's not so burdensome that they wouldn't even consider it. Credit recovery online classes assigned are not A through G. So that has been taken care of, but our primary credit recovery courses were not A through G. And so when the student was getting an F and then making it up in Edgenuity, they weren't necessarily doing an A through G course. And so that should also boost our numbers as well. Those courses are more lengthy and they cost more, but that is being addressed as part of this money as well. And then most of our courses are A through G, but we're going to make sure that more of them are. The bulk of them are already.
Hey, Dr. Yazzer, one thing I was thinking of is even for our electrical apprenticeship, they require 2 years of algebra. So even like at a trade school apprenticeship, that's like a minimum requirement.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example.
Yeah. And I want to mention that
you mentioned El Camino earlier, and, working really closely with Angie, the courses, more and more of the courses we're going to be submitting for A through G approval for El Camino as well. So some of their electives, and, we want to make sure that students have access to that high level of rigor in all of our high school settings. So as we shared before about the allocation of what, we're receiving with these both grants, both of the grant amounts, this year we made really good use of a short timeline for planning. Like I said, we started in March when we found out how much it was and more details about it. And I feel very confident about moving forward with year one of implementation next year, hitting the ground running right when school starts, even before. We can do some more planning this summer to really get things launched very firmly. And the funding is for the 3 years. So that's what we've written the budget to align to. As Dr. Gansler mentioned, we were able to reallocate some FTE so that we will have Spanish at the middle school. So that's a really exciting update that we'll be able to offer for Spanish 1 and Spanish for Spanish speakers at both Tech Middle and LJ next year. So we're really happy about that. Fingers crossed we can find a Spanish teacher. They're not easy to come by. So.
So a student that is a 9th through 11th grader now, will they be able to do the remediation for a D or an F starting at the beginning of this next school year?
They're doing some of that. Some of the remediation is occurring this summer because we're introducing this really for the first time to students, that there's this A through G availability. We did give students choice this summer because it is longer.
So we're not just planning, we're starting now.
This summer, students had the option to either remediate a course in an A through G setting or a non-A through G. We gave them the choice this summer. And we're going to move forward. Whenever we do that, we're going to have really strong consultation with the families so that they understand what that choice means. Yes, but that's starting this summer.
So if a student doesn't make it through Algebra 2, can they not go to the JC?
They can absolutely still go to the JC. Okay. It's just, the goal for most students when they're entering the JC is to earn their AA. Right, and so they have to reach Algebra 2 before that clock starts ticking, essentially on the math subject areas.
Okay, so they could take an Algebra 2 class at the JC, and then they would need to take more math after that. It just wouldn't count. Okay.
Right, it sets them back in terms of advancement of that degree.
Okay.
It costs more money.
And then when we have our students, so if I fail one of my A to G classes or get a D, I can make it up at the JC on my own time, right? Or I can take a summer class or do one of these A to G classes here?
Yes, and at Rancho they have credit recovery classes during the day as well. So the 4x4 makes that really readily available for students, that there is credit recovery courses offered every period.
Right, okay.
So students could be enrolled in that through Edgenuity. So there's really a lot of opportunities for kids to make up a failed course.
Great.
I have a question. Maybe that was the question that was asked, but say you're a senior and you graduate with a D, like just your last semester, you have a D. Are they able to attend summer school that year even though they've graduated?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Yes, and those credit recovery courses, there's 6 of them embedded in our master schedule, and they play a huge part in driving our high graduation rate, which I can say at the preliminary level right now it looks like is 97%, which is, we're very happy with that. You guys deserve the credit. The prevention of a D or an F in an A through G class is the primary goal rather than the remediation. And that prevention comes from having an extensive structure of formative feedback. And what I mean at the most basic level by formative feedback is that it's responsive and that it catches you before you make an error that can't be undone. And we're all familiar with this because it's how we have learned any skill, really, that any of us are proud of, right? I mean, so any sport, it just integrates formative feedback. You know, if you're golfing, you've got someone, you know, adjusting your elbows. If you're weightlifting, if you're doing yoga, and so it's such a natural part of how we learn. And the challenge is how to integrate that into at a curricular level. And when PLCs are doing their best work, they are looking at data and trying to, you know, have a feedback loop where they are improving instruction and curriculum so that they can better meet the needs of their students. And that work is very precise, and it's hard, and it's lengthy. And that is why we are asking for a curriculum specialist. We are asking for someone to help drive that work. And over the last, 3 years, we have done a pretty good job of sailing through some pretty stormy weather. But we're ready to do this work now. We're ready to move forward, and we really feel like this position is the catalyst that we need to really get into the grainy details of each department to develop that formative feedback loop, so that there's instruments for us to catch the students quickly before they fall into trouble.
I have a quick question. So are you asking for a curriculum specialist or a TOSA, or is the TOSA going to be the curriculum specialist?
We are asking for a curriculum specialist.
So not a teacher on special assignment?
Not a teacher on special assignment.
Okay.
And if you recall, we have two curriculum, two and a half curriculum specialists. District office, we have one, we the only one for that. And then, Ms. Pickles presented tonight, who's in the secondary, helping the secondary with the adoption. So this would be specifically focused for Roanoke County High School to help them.
Right, and I very much appreciate Denise's support. This is what the curriculum specialist job description would look like. Dr. Perez and I worked on this together. The first bullet point, is professional development for student monitoring, and that's really what I mean by developing these common formative assessments. And then this isn't just a one and done, right? I mean, so we have an embedded expert within our school working weekly with all of these departments.
So with that, are there any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
How many students are enrolled in A through G? All of them, or a portion of them, or?
Every high school student,
Yeah, I mean, really, every high school, every student on Rancho's campus is enrolled in A through G courses, and the possible exceptions would be people who are enrolled in the moderate severe, all-day classes. But that would be it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gansler. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve the A to G plan. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 11A, Resolution 2022-17, authorization to make transfers between fund balances and expenditures at close of year per Education Code 42601.
The next two resolutions actually allow staff the flexibility to either move funds within funds and resources, and/or B would be interfund transfers, so between funds. So, and that's to make sure, because you can't end the year with negative cash in any fund. That's what these things would prevent.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve 11A?
I'll make a motion to approve 11A.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Chimino?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
And then 11B, Resolution 2022-19, to establish temporary interfund transfers of special or restricted fund monies. And we're good on this one too? Okay. Could I get a motion to approve 11B?
I move that we approve 11B.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Chimino?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
11C, approval of Citizens Oversight Parcel Tax Committee member.
We had a staff member, a district staff member, Craig Stone, approach wanting interest, expressing interest in joining the Parcel Tax Committee, and we're looking for his approval.
Can I get a motion to approve 11C?
I make a motion to approve 11C.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Uh, 12, Board Services. Any public comment? Items 12A will be a public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures to be updated in the local control accountability plan. The floor is now open for public comment.
Kate?
Oh, we have someone out there.
Okay. 12A is closed. 12B. Wait. Oh. Okay, sorry, Matt. I apologize.
It's okay.
I thought you were there
It's
to.
only your sixth presentation tonight, so I know you're ready.
I thought you were there to field any of these public comment questions.
That too. I do. I have the budget one. Oh, wow, there's one after me. Bart, I'm sorry. Here we go. Yeah, Bart, if you want me to, just let me know, buddy. Okay, so here we go. This is your sixth presentation, Board of Education, so thank you for hanging in there with me. I'm Matt Marshall, the Director of Ed Services. My friends in the audience. So what is the LCAP? It's the Local Control Accountability Plan, and I'm hoping you noticed that 3 of the presentations, so we had the UALF Noaa presentation, the TPA Stream presentation, and the ELA adoption, all tied directly to the LCAP. So the LCAP is a vital strategic plan of the district, and I'm thrilled to see that when we're adopting these new programs, that they all directly tie in to our strategic plan, which is the Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP. It's a 3-year plan. It's not a 1-year plan, and this is the mid-year. So we're right in the middle. So this is the year that we tweak things a little bit. We're not completely redoing it. And the goal of the LCAP really is to improve student services and, more importantly, to improve services for our unduplicated pupils. And it has a total budget this year of 2022 and 23 of $15.6 million. And it's heavily influenced by data and by our educational partner input. So this year we had an LCAP committee. We met online and we had 31 members, which I think is a record. So I'm really excited that we had so much engagement with the LCAP committee. And just about every educational partner group was represented. We had parents, we had students, staff, admin, bargaining unit leadership, board members, and they were all great advocates for their groups. We were going to meet 5 times this year, but with COVID, we ended up meeting 4 times, but we did cover all 5 goals, which included 65 actions. So that was a lot to get input on. And we have a tremendous number of suggestions on how to tweak and improve our LCAP for next year. And I'll go over some of the highlights for those. I won't go over every one because it would take a long time, but just a few highlights for us. An important part of the LCAP is meeting with our educational partners and making sure that we're hearing them and getting input. And so we had, like I said, we had our LCAP meetings, which had a large number of representatives in it. We reached out to our parents in DLAC and PAC meetings. We also sent out a parent survey. We sent out a student survey. We met with students. We met with staff. We actually had an open forum meeting just for staff. And we did the same for our site admin team as well. And we also sought the input of the SELPA. So we have some successes to celebrate. This is definitely not an exhaustive list, but this year we created the SEL committee and adopted a new SEL, which stands for Social Emotional Learning Universal Screener, which, given the trauma that so many of our youth and even our staff have undergone because of distance learning and the pandemic, this is going to be a vital tool. District-wide multi-tiered system of support. And as you know, and you just approved in secondary, an ELA adoption, the first in a long time, so that's terrific news. The Virtual Learning Academy was a big success. And another one I'll touch on is this year we increased our counseling and mental health for our students with our COVID funds. There is a little bit of a lack of data. Normally we reference the dashboard, but for 2020, 2021, the state suspended the dashboard, so we're looking forward to this year's data, which really places an increased importance on going out and getting our shareholder input. So some of the identified needs, and this is once again not an exhaustive list, the input clearly said that we need to prioritize our social emotional learning of our students, that a science task force is needed for the adoption of the next generation science standards, MTSS, multi-tiered system of support for Tier 1 and Tier 2 is important, continue our professional development and support for math and English ELA, and a need for culturally responsive schools. So how to be aware and meet the needs is one example of our LGBTQ student and staff population, anti-bullying, anti-hate, basically making our campuses a safe and responsible place for all of our students to get a great education. And you can see that there's more. So as you know, our LCAP has 5 goals, which the other presentations referenced. And on the right side of this slide, you can see the action items associated with each for a total of 65. I won't read through all the goals. I'm sure everyone knows them by now. But here are some highlights. So these are some changes we've made to these goals because of the input that we received this year. So one, we're going to create a science task force to help us with our NGSS implementation, continue our math and ELA support. We're going to implement a multi-tiered system of support, with 5 pilot schools. And those pilot schools are John Reed, Richard Crane, Thomas Page Academy, Technology Middle School, and Lawrence Jones Middle School. So the vast majority being our Title I schools. In Goal 2, we're going to be talking about supports so that our middle school students are well prepared for those honors and AP classes that Luz Elena and Dr. Gansler talked about. 8th grade outreach for high school A through G. So our middle schoolers, before they go to high school, we want them to deeply understand what A through G means and what getting a D means and how that's going to impact them. And our parents have asked for the same communication so that parents understand A through G as well. And finally, for Goal 2 that I'll talk about is increased communication about our after-hours offerings. Mark.
The TMS action item changed from one-to-one devices to PBL.
So what that
schools.
is previously we had an action item for TMS to be one-to-one devices, and that set it apart from our other schools. But since distance learning, all of our schools are basically one-to-one technology schools, meaning there's one electronic device like a Chromebook per student. So that's no longer needed as a separate action item. But Technology Middle School is moving into a project-based learning school. And so we changed that action item from one-to-one learning to PBL. Good question. Goal 3, culturally responsive schools. And so we're going to be working on diversity, anti-bias, anti-racism, anti-bully, and LGBTQ+. And Jen Bodlovich is going to help us with that mission. And she's very excited to do that. Goal 4, the parents asked for training on PowerSchool and Google Classroom so that they can support their students. So right now in the LCAP, it says that parents have access to PowerSchool and Google Classroom to support their child, but many of them don't know how to do it. So we're going to be offering training so that they can support their students and support us. And the parents also asked for what are the parent engagement opportunities, especially when you move into secondary. In elementary, it's easy to be, a teacher helper for an hour or two, but when your student goes on to middle and high school and they have 6 teachers, well, how can a parent contribute and help out with the school? So the parents ask that each school list out how parents can be engaged and support the school in their mission. And Goal 5 is our focus goal. It's our EL goal. We want our professional learning communities, which analyze data to support students, to also include EL support and tracking our EL students to ensure that they are on track and they are successful. And finally, EL support strategy, professional development for staff. As I mentioned earlier, the LCAP is aligned to other goals, and our other programs are aligned to the LCAP. And each school has a SIPSA, which is a school plan for student achievement that ties directly in with the LCAP. So all of our schools' plans are directly tied with our district-wide plan. And that's it for the LCAP overview. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, everybody.
Great summary, thank you.
Bart, do you want me just to do the business one while I'm up here, buddy?
Okay, so 12B will be a public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures to be updated in the 2022-2023 preliminary budget. The floor is now open for public comment. No public comment. John will be presenting the 2022-2023 preliminary budget.
So I tell Myra every time I go over these presentations with her prior to giving them to you that I can do this in 10 minutes, Myra. It never works out that way because there's always questions, but maybe there won't be today. Who knows? And a lot of this information I've gone over with you many times over the last couple months. So Let's go for it. So I'm here to present the adopted budget, 22-23 adopted budget for Katahdi Roanoke Unified School District. I'd love to take just 1 minute to acknowledge and thank all the people on this list, and there are probably someone I missed, but putting this package together, getting this adopted budget to you by this meeting takes a lot of work. And Molly Kohler, my Director of Fiscal Services, has a huge part in putting the package together, as well as Nikki Doble. I get input from all the other people to put this report together, and I just want to acknowledge that. So the proposed budget for 22-23, the goals and related expenditures in the Lcap align with the district's budget. The Lcap and proposed budget are presented tonight for your final adoption and approval at our next meeting. So there's an opportunity for you to make some changes if you want me to. The proposed budget contains the most updated information available. The governor is just one voice in the state's budget, and he cannot pass the budget alone. So, there's a lot of negotiating happening between the state Senate, State Assembly, which is the legislature, and the governor before they adopt a final budget. And our proposed budget is only an initial blueprint for revenues and expenditures, since the preparation of the adopted budget occurs before the state has enacted its budget, which we're very reliant on, and before actual revenues and expenditures are known for the current year. I think that's very important. So we're adopting a budget before we actually know what we're working with in a lot of cases. So
there's a lot of proverbs that say not to do that.
I know, right?
Don't count your chickens before they hatch. And that's what we do.
It is true. I show these next couple slides, so I'll go over them quickly. Just where we are in the state budget process. We're hopefully within a couple, 3 weeks of a final state budget. This is our first meeting to present the budget and Lcap, as I said earlier. And in the meantime, negotiations are happening between the legislature and the governor to finalize the budget. We are definitely a state-funded district. We're about $33 million away from being a basic aid district, which means we'd need at least $33 million more dollars in property taxes to come to us before we're considered a basic aid district. Yeah. Oh. So a lot of the funding factors. This is basically how we create our budget. I've included the prior year just so you can see some comparables, but we're building our budget on 6.56% COLA to the base grants of the local control funding formula. As you can see, STRS and PERS rates, I keep talking about those, but those are increasing in 22-23 by over 2% each.
Hey, John, I have a question about that real quick. You know how the increases in STRS and PERS goes up?
Yeah.
Why isn't that, is that classified as a raise? Because it's like an increase of benefits. Well, it is, because if you don't pay it, then they lose their, increase of benefits cost, but then they'd lose their benefits if it wasn't paid.
It's hard to say that it's a raise. I mean, we're paying towards the district. It's been put on districts, and I have evidence to show that.
What's being paid.
Yeah, it's been put on districts to pay for the pensions of these employees, and
where it's not a salary increase, it's the cost of having
it's an expenditure to us for sure.
So it's the cost to operate business, whether you have to pay more in taxes or more for retirement benefits or whatever. So the employee doesn't get that they get the benefit of the fact that the district is paying that percentage and they're not. I mean, in private industry, when that happens, you're asked to put forth more money into your retirement.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like when we get a raise, right? We negotiate a raise. Let's say $5.
Yeah.
But then every year, we have to say where that money goes. Sometimes it goes to healthcare to help keep that where it's at. Sometimes it goes into our retirement. And like if we want to increase how much we get into our retirement or maintain it, we have to put more money, that $5, so it goes away every time those costs go up. That $5 goes towards it. So all of a sudden you're left with, $2.50 on the check.
Mm-hmm.
But all those other benefits, and that's still. But why don't we ever count that as part of the raise? Because technically it's the increased cost.
Total compensation.
Just curious. I was just curious.
Yeah.
This is state mandated, it's not like we negotiate.
Yeah, we have no control over these.
Yeah, but it's
costs,
still
and-
the total compensation that it costs to support an employee.
Yeah. So with these increased costs, as an example, and maybe this is what you're getting at a little bit, it costs us, for every $1 that we pay a classified employee, it costs us $1.35 now. And for every certificated employee, it's 22.5 cents, so $1.22.5. It costs us to pay those wages. The other important parts I haven't changed any of our enrollment or ADA projections. It's nice that presentation earlier, I'll have something to compare, kind of our actual enrollment by school, by grade level to going forward, and maybe by first interim I'll update our, obviously I'll update our enrollment and ADA projections, but it's nice to have something to compare it to see where we're at and to see how good that report was. And at the bottom there, I have the number of positions by group, just for your edification on what was built, how the budget was built. Okay, so this slide just shows that the COLA, 6.56%, is a done deal. It's what's going to be included in the local control funding formula next year. And perhaps you've heard, there's this, of the three key budget assumptions, or the three different proposals that the state will consider in the budget. The May revision, the governor's May revision, is the most conservative, which is providing an additional $2.1 billion in ongoing Proposition 98 general fund increase to the local control funding formula. There's a potential for it to be more, and it may be, but the best practice by the Sonoma County districts is to implement the $2.1 billion or the augmentation to the COLA of an additional 3.29%, so it's almost 10% COLA to the base grants, and that's a significant amount of money that the governor's will at minimum put towards the local control funding formula. And it could be more, so let's cross our fingers on that one. Just a little cartoon that the governor's actually listening to what districts want and need, and that's no new categoricals and to support core programs in that by him putting more money into the base grants of the formula. So this is, I know this is small, but maybe you have this in front of you. The breakdown of what all those assumptions mean as far as the local control funding formula puts out. So $62.1 million of local control funding revenue for 22-23. The COLA for 23-24 was increased to 5.38, so that's 65 million the next year. And that also means a higher raise for everyone because we base the third year out raise on COLA for that year. And then 24-25 is $67.9 million, so significant amount of money coming from the state through the local control funding formula. So these are graphs you've seen before with regards to our pension reform. STRS is going up 2% next year and then levels off. 19.1 is the projected amounts for the next few. And then PERS levels off and actually decreases a little bit after next year, or this year, 22-23. But that cost to the district is, just about $1.5 million. So this year, the cost of pension reform is about 6.6 million. It goes up to 8.1, 22-23, not insignificant. And then our health and welfare costs, I think I've told you as well that, we generally assume a 3% increase. It was 5. We've got confirmation on that. So that's, another $1.5 million increase to our budget in 22-23. So just to summarize a little bit, key budget assumptions, we're using COLAs that we're told we should and can use. We have negotiated salary increases of 5% in 22-23 split, and 5.38% now because of COLA in 23-24. That could go up or down still, but that's what it is as of right now, and that's the amount of raise I incorporated into the budget for that 23-24 year. Health and welfare cost increase of 5% in 22-23, and then 3% year in the years after. I can change that if you want me to. Let's see, and then the rest of the assumptions haven't changed since I talked to you last. ADA and enrollment. So quickly, unrestricted general fund revenue 66.5 million-ish, and then a combined general fund of $80 million. The overwhelming majority of the money is coming from the local control funding formula. That's unrestricted, and then combined, we have about $53.8 million of expenditures in the unrestricted general fund, which is 86% of which is people costs. And 80% of the $83 million combined general fund budget is people. And that's what it looks like graphically for the unrestricted and combined general fund. So I just want to talk one really quick about the multi-year projections, because what they are not are predictions or forecasts or crystal balls, and they shouldn't be used as measuring sticks for wrongness, because guess what? I'm going to be wrong about something that I'm trying to talk about 2 or 3 years from now. I'm basing the budget and the multi-year projection on mathematical calculations, industry standard economic assumptions, decisions that have already been made, like raises, and local calculated data point estimates like ADA and enrollment. So, and things that impact the multi-year projections are funded increases to the local control funding formula, COLAs, one-time federal funds, one-time state funds. I don't know that we have a firm grasp on what the cost of goods and services increases are going to be in in the near future and definitely in the multi-year projection. State pension costs, I know I showed is leveling off, but PERS can make a decision to change those rates at any time. It takes the legislature to change the STRS rates. And the additional cost to mitigate learning loss is something that we are constantly trying to evaluate. So, I know this is a familiar slide, but what I want to point out is that the contribution to special ed is increasing significantly, and I think it's been told to you already that the cost of sending one of our kids to a SCO program is increased to $84,000 per kid per year. That's a significant increase, and we have about 33 kids that attend, so that's $2.7 million, which is probably probably over $1 million more than what we're spending currently. And on top of that, I don't think we've been fully staffed in special ed in several years, and what I mean by that is that we have open positions for aides and special ed aides and paraprofessionals that we haven't filled, and this is assuming a full staff. So the increased contribution, I think you've seen that number this year, around $10 million is now that much more because of those things, and the raises as well. So in a nutshell, this is what our current 22-23 budget is going to look like. We're going to deficit spend just over $1 million next year, and that's a change you would have expected with all that new revenue that we would be closer to a balanced budget, but that special ed increased cost is a significant factor in that that deficit spending number. And then, in the 23-24 year, the contribution to the special ed will decrease because we're going to take back those classes that cost us $84,000 a kid to send to. That's the plan, and that's in motion now. Rachel's already submitted that classroom take back form, I guess. And then based on a projected increased costs, we'll have a little bit of a surplus in 24-25 that we can use to negotiate again, because that's when the first year of the new contract will begin. But based on all those factors, we surprisingly and thankfully are going to have at least our 3% reserve back, and we can, assuming these numbers pan out through first interim, we can get out of the qualified budget status.
With these budgets, does it include any of the TK classroom, like development and building?
Well, that would come from our facilities funds. The actual, if anything is needed to, if we need to expand any of those facility-related classrooms or whatever, it's not projected that we need to do that next year or potentially the year after that based on our enrollment projections in TK, but we have to think of when those classes, or when the number of TK students hits that 400 number. And that's what we did if you remember last time, we got the ball rolling on getting state funding for any facility needs for TK. But there was a little bump for in for every TK enrollment kid that we get, there's a little bump, if you noticed on those earlier graphs, funding-wise. So, all right, we're getting there. So, as I said, the governor warns of a eventual economic downturn, but he's built his state budget capitalizing on, a great windfall that's, again, likely to be short-lived. But for now, the May revision demonstrates that the governor has heard the call for education, like I said earlier, more investments in LCFF funding, great. I'm going to talk about flexible one-time resources without a required plan, which is awesome. Lucelena. No new categorical programs were introduced at the May revision, and let's just keep hoping that remains the case. What's not in this May revision? Additional pension relief, transportation funding, even though transportation seems to be a high priority in the legislature's budget I read today, and UPP solutions, which is our unduplicated pupil count. I recommend, you're not doing it today, but I recommend that you approve the budget adoption. We're going to be able to meet our 3% reserve through this budget cycle, thanks to the new revenues that we're receiving. The concerns remain the same. Enrollment in ADAs is very important, and we're budgeting, we have conservative numbers there. Future impact of STRS and PERS still a concern for sure, as our the cost of our salaries go up, so does the cost that we have to pay for STRS and PERS. Future technology, that's a big thing coming down the pipe. Increases in general cost of doing business is something like I mentioned earlier. And containing special ed costs is always a thing. I mean, that increased our budget tremendously this year. And then future collective bargaining. And so one of the things that I didn't include in the budget, only because it wasn't recommended by the county yet, but there's a lot of talk around a discretionary block grant, which is, per the governor, $8 billion of discretionary block grant for LEAs. $1,500 per ADA would be, for our district, $7 or $8 million of one-time unrestricted monies. And we can use it for what, there's some recommendations on what to use it for, but we get to do with it what we want or need. And we have some deficit spending over the next 2 or 3 years that this could help us with. I know there's some needs and positions that we'd like to see to fund, and we budgeted really tightly. We have elementary schools with more than 24 kids per class, and some combinations that some of that money could go towards if that was our priority. But the good news is that, again, there's some negotiating happening around this discretionary block grant, but it could even be more than $8 billion, or it could even be more than $7 million to us one time. And I think that's why, besides the fact that there aren't any trailer bills telling us how it would be implemented exactly, which is why I think the county recommended that we keep it off this time, because I will likely do a 45-day budget revision once all these decisions are made, because that will be a significant change to our budget. $8 million is a lot. And then, for most districts, like Rob said earlier, most districts are experiencing enrollment declines. We are not, but we are seeing the ADA to enrollment percentage problem. And that's the ADA percentage that, I talk about every time I talk to you. And some of the ideas, I don't know that are gaining traction. I read something today, but I put them in here. We would always be funded, have the option of being funded based on the grader of the current year ADA or the prior year ADA, and I'm assuming in our multi-year projection that our current year ADA would be the highest amount we can get funded by. And then they've included a computed average of ADA over the last 3 years. This year's ADA, P2 ADA was not good for us. It was like 86%, so that would probably not be a great option for us. But one of the other things they're talking about is taking, and again, I'm not sure that it's getting a lot of traction with the legislature, but for this year in particular, for us, in this three-year average deal, they were considering using, taking the attendance yield or the ADA percentage for us in 1920 was like 95.6%, and applying that to our current year enrollment, which would be awesome, from a funding standpoint, that would be significantly more. But the fact that it didn't, get a lot of traction this year or was applied this year, maybe they would just use that in an average scenario, just so that districts wouldn't get hurt or the ADA cliff wouldn't be so steep for most districts in the state. But I'll keep you apprised on that. Again, I think for us, our best deal is current year ADA, and based on our enrollment, as long as conservatively, if we can if we can get up to 93.5% of ADA again, we will be in really good shape. I don't think that was 10 minutes, but I'm done. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Does anyone have any questions?
No.
Anyone from the audience?
Yeah, I missed that part. Can you repeat?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
12C, public disclosures and ratification of the tentative agreements with California School Employees Association, CSCA.
I have to use my mic. Anyway, this is the tentative agreement with CSCA, and we're asking for your approval tonight.
Could I get a motion to approve 12C?
I'll make a motion to approve 12C.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 12D, approval of revised 2021 through 2023 salary schedules for non-represented employees, classified management, certificated management, and confidential employees salary schedule.
So these are the revised schedules to represent similar increase in compensation for management, certified management, and confidential employees. And that concludes increased compensation for all of our groups within our district. And we're asking for approval tonight.
Sorry, I just want to make a comment on the 23-24 year salary schedules. Those were, I think, based on the 3.61% COLA, and will be adjusted once that final COLA is determined. But I just thought you should know that.
Thank you, John. Can I get a motion to approve 12D?
I'll make a motion to approve 12D.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 12E, resolution 2022-18, authorization for Maya Perez, Luz Elena, John Bartolome, messed up. Sorry, John. How do you say it?
John B.
Bartol. Oh, telling me Molly Kohler, Rachel Allen, Matthew Marshall, Josh Savage, and Jennifer Hansen to sign on behalf of the Board of Trustees. No explanation. It's just is what it is.
Every year.
Every year.
Got it. Can I get a motion to approve 12E?
I'll motion that we approve 12E, Resolution 2022-18.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Chimino?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
12F, Resolution 2022-20 in the matter of school and classroom capacity limits for purposes of granting or denying an intra-district transfer request.
Yes, this is an annual resolution that we'd like to pass. And what it does is if we have to deny, it clearly outlines our class limits. And if we have to deny a permit, this is something that Sonoma County Office of Education recommends we have on file.
I'll make a motion to approve 12F. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Chimino?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
12G, Resolution 2022-21, specifications for the election order.
So this is something that we are doing in preparation for our November 8th election to elect 3 members to the governing board. We're seeking approval tonight.
Could I make a motion that we approve 12G? Can I get a second?
Wait, if we don't do this, do they stay on?
Wow.
Yeah.
Just
no.
saying. No? All right.
12G. I make a motion to approve 12G with no conversation or discussion. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
I'm gonna say no.
I have one question, though. Even though that there's bantering going on here, does this say anything about the section, or is this just about the 3 individuals that whose time's up?
This is a general three individuals.
Not
Okay.
about
It has your names on it. That's it.
It
I
does.
know, but yeah, but I just didn't know if it,
Strike that.
that they're going to elect somebody from a unoccupied section, but that doesn't, okay. All right. Just curious.
It'll be fun.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Chimino?
Yes.
Trustee Gillis?
Yes.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
12H, first reading, Board Policy 6172.1, concurrent enrollment in college courses and Administrative Regulation 6172.1, concurrent enrollment in college classes.
This is policy that we did not have as part of Katahdi Roanoke Park. This is a really good opportunity for our high school students. It's dual enrollment. So it provides high school students the opportunity to take college courses and earn college credit. So this is a good thing, and we want to offer that opportunity. And what this does is create the parameters around that dual enrollment.
We have students already doing this, though, right?
We do have students doing it. We are simply have the board policy now, yes.
12I, second reading, approval of revisions to Exhibit 4212.9, employee notifications, classified 4112.9, employee notifications certificated, 4312.9, notifications administration.
Oh, the immunization, this is this is the second reading. We're seeking approval tonight. This talks about the change in being able to seek kind of waiving out of the vaccination, so it explains that.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, I'm so sorry.
It's getting late. That's okay.
Okay. Oh, yes, this is employee notification. Employee notifications is the second reading. We presented it last time. It's what we're required to notify our different employee groups, and apologize for the error.
Apology accepted. I make a motion, we approve 12I. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 12J, second reading, approval revisions to administrative regulations 5141.31 immunization.
Okay, so this is the second reading of this administrative regulation, just summarizing some of the changes that are in the new AR reflecting current guidance.
Thank you. I make a motion, we approve 12J. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 12K, second reading approval of revisions to Board Policy 4241.6, concerted action, work stoppage, and administrative regulation 4241.6, concerted action, work stoppage.
So again, we're seeking, this is the second reading, we're asking for approval this evening. This is for classified personnel, and then we approved last month for certificated.
I make a motion to approve 12K. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 12L, acceptance of gifts and donations to schools and district.
So we have some donations from Marguerite Hahn. The PTA has generously donated $3,854 for field trips. So this is a wonderful opportunity for our students. And we also have a donation for Monte Vista of $50 for school supplies. We're really appreciative of these gifts.
Okay. I make a motion we approve 12L. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
God, jinx.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Reports, board member reports and future agenda items. Krista?
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna take my mask off. First, I want to thank the Roanoke Park Education Foundation for their $23,000 donation, and it was great to see my neighbors up here as well. I attended the graduation at LJ, which was awesome, and Rancho, which was a lot of fun as well. And then I have something I want to read. I'm sorry, it's going to take me a few minutes. So I know it's getting late. It's gonna. The first thing I want to make clear is that this is me speaking as one board member, not on behalf of the board as a whole, just me, Krista. And this is in regards to the no confidence letter that was first sent out on May 20th, and then we got another copy of it yesterday. Unfortunately, many of the items in the letter fall under personnel issues and are therefore confidential, so I can't go through the items one by one to show factual evidence disputing many of the statements in the letter attacking the superintendent. Even the voting results, in my mind, are suspect and questionable, as the title above the vote count is March 2022 contract TA vote. I wish I could address the numerous inaccuracies and misleading statements in the letter we received, but I will address a few things here. Dr. Perez is the superintendent. She does report to the board on how or why decisions are made. Regarding the negotiations and labor strike section, a school superintendent is not required to attend negotiations. Less than 50% of superintendents across this country attend negotiations. This board passed a resolution giving the superintendent the authorization to negotiate or her designees. Dr. Perez did not hire an attorney to represent her. The district has several law firms available to advise at all times, including during labor negotiations. The attorney meets and confers with the superintendent, designees, and the Board of Education. The board consented to the representation of the district. Dr. Perez did not ignore the recommendation of the fact finder. The Board of Trustees made the decision to not accept the recommendation and directed the superintendent as such. The district did not force RIPSIA to strike. RIPSIA took a vote, and each individual made that decision, not the superintendent and not the board. The statement that Dr. Perez has not taken a leadership role in repairing relationship falls flat. I fail to see how the subsequent action from RIPSIA to take a no confidence vote provides a constructive approach. This is not building bridges and mending fences, this is burning them down. I would like to see a strategic plan put forth to move us forward. The negotiations process was saturated with conflict, anger, and strife, and the school district will suffer for some time. The outcome has been poor relations and bitter feelings among and between members of the school district and the community. There have been microaggressions, in my opinion, against an eminently qualified woman of color, which are often subtle and can be unintentional. There have also been direct comments regarding Spanish-speaking district office staff being treated better. I would ask, better than what? I would like us to keep the focus on working together to enhance the educational opportunities of our students. I would like to share some of the enhancements that CRPUSD has undergone with Dr. Perez in the leadership role here at CRPUSD. As Amy Ribley mentioned tonight, we passed the ELA ELD pilot adoption. It's been 20 years since we've had new curriculum there. We have a curriculum website. We have an MTSS grant, $300,000 for 3 years. We were waiting on the homeless grant for $400,000 for 2 years, which we got approval. We were notified yesterday. And we're waiting to hear on the Strong Community Grant. We had, under budget, we had 6 Title I schools in 2021. We now have 7. And Title I schools are being provided with allocations to recommend the way they want to see those funds spent at their school sites. Communication, we've had 2021 weekly COVID newsletters. We had 2021 the Scoop staff newsletters. We had 2022, we had a parent newsletter. We had a weekly update, and we had principal updates on Thursdays. We've had professional developments in summer science, Eureka Math, MTSS, and unconscious bias. We've had programs in New to Leadership Collaborative, Admin Capacity Plan. We've had extended learning summer schools, 2021, 2022, intervention at Title I schools, online tutoring. So, and we also adopted books. I mean, our books are 25 years old. So for people who are saying that she's not taking a leadership role, that she's not doing what we hired her to do, she's absolutely doing what this district's been waiting for 12 years. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate Dr. Perez, and I really appreciate the hard work of the staff. So thank you.
Left.
I'm plugged in. So let's first talk about graduations. This is the fun time of the year type of thing. So I attended all 3 high schools, El Camino, Tech High, and the Ranch, and they were all wonderful. Some highlights amongst them, make sure you turn your cell phone off so you don't get caught with your cell phone going off. You know, luckily I silenced it quickly, so. It's just a wonderful time. The joy of the parents, the joy of the students, it just, I don't know, there was when the 2 young ladies were singing at Tech High, the tears were running down my face, it's just a proud time for parents. It's a proud time for the kids for what they've accomplished, so. It's part of Myra asked me, how many years have you been doing this? And I said, this is my 28th year doing graduation, shaking hands. So, and then from there, after the high school graduation, I went, we've done that, but I worked until 3 in the morning, dealing cards and doing other things for project graduation, so that was fun. So I had a great time talking to the students and asking them where they're going. A majority of them are going to the JC, which I think is a great choice, and it's a fantastic junior college that prepares the students just to go almost anywhere where they want to go from there. So some comments about the letter from RIPSIA. I can't disagree more with that. I've hung on to being a school board member for this day. when we have started to implement and we started to do curriculum. For the longest time, as I sit in this $60 million building that we paid an architect $6 million in fees for, and I cringed when that architect said, "Oh, this school's going to make kids learn more." That's totally wrong. Students learn more from curriculum and teachers and programs and collaboration. The collaboration I saw tonight amongst our principals was just amazing, outstanding, and I hadn't seen that. And I've always said, you know, we need a basis from, you know, the K-5 to feed the middle school, to feed the high school, and that's starting to happen now. And for a union to come up with a vote of no confidence, I think it's just part of the game plan of this whole negotiation plan. We went through this last year. I said from day one, the teachers are going to strike. The teachers are going to strike. The CTA is pushing them to do that. In 28 years, I saw it coming. It happened, and it's caused a lot of grief. But we're going forward, and we're doing amazing things. So I'm putting that behind us. Myra Perez has 100% of my support. I'm so glad that she's here. I'm so glad to be part of the team that hired her, because in the net results, what it does, it goes down to the student and the education, and that's what's the most important thing. So thank you, Myra, for all you've done the last 2 years for us, and I hope many more. Thank you.
Michelle?
So I feel like, you know, Mark and I have been on the board almost coming up 2 years now, and we are taking steps forward and we take steps back. We start in distance learning. We can't get out of the purple tier. We get out of the purple tier. We can't go back because the MOUs, there's language in the MOU. We go back, but we go back with restrictions. Then we're finally we don't have to wear masks, and we can be at school, and we can do kind of normal, and then we have a strike. Now the strike's behind us, and then we get a letter from RIPSIA saying that there's a vote of no confidence by one of our unions. Every time we take a step forward, we take a half a step back. And I really would like to encourage the parents, our teachers, our union members, our staff, my fellow trustees, the board, to continue to look forward, to listen to what we're saying. We've had RIPSIA leadership, we've had bargaining team members, we've had parents, we've had staff members that have said, we want to work together collaboratively, together. A vote of no confidence is divisive. It's everything against being collaborative and working together. It's one more way to pull us apart and put people on team A or people on team B. I said it before and I will say it again, I'm on team student. So our words have to match our actions going forward. I'm here to support the students and here to support our district leadership, because I do feel like they are supporting our students. And I please ask everybody going forward to make sure that your actions and words match, because they matter. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to start with that, and then I'm going to end with the happy stuff. So I got to go to lots of promotions and graduations. It was fantastic. It was the things that I want for our districts. Students succeeding, students looking forward, families celebrating our successes. It was such a refreshing and amazing time, seeing the staff running around and putting all their hard work together. Thank you to maintenance and facilities and the staff and all the people that set up chairs and broke down chairs and the families that came and celebrated. It was so infectious and so amazing. Maybe infectious is a bad word to say right now, but you guys know what I mean. It was so amazing, and I really hope that that is the energy that we can move forward. I hope everyone has a wonderful summer break. I think we all need a break. And I know we have one more meeting in June, but I hope we can start planning for the next school year and continuing to look forward and keeping an eye on student success.
Mark?
Yeah, thanks. So I attended the graduations for Tech High School and for Rancho Katahdi. I'm very grateful for that opportunity to be up close, to see it on the faces of all of those kids, the collective joy and achievement, and on some of them, a look of relief that they made it, maybe by the skin of their teeth, I know some of them. And it was such an up-close sense of community from attending that. And I'm just very glad that I got to be a part of it. There's graduations every year, but it just seems like the past few years, what these kids have gone through has got worse and worse. First, oh, it can't get worse than fires, right? Oh, well, sure. So I do see good things in this district that are happening coming out of COVID. I mean, just some of the things that we've talked about tonight, getting caught up with our board policies and administrative regulations, our Lcap goals and how we're moving forward with that, our curriculum updates to curriculum that hasn't been updated in almost, I think it has been over 20 years. So I see good things coming, and I see a lot of this direction and priorities coming from Dr. Perez. And so I do have concerns about the vote of no confidence. I don't understand how that is going to help us move forward. Quite frankly, during this whole thing, the vitriol and the venom that has been directed towards both, Drs. Perez has been really shocking from teachers and parents that I don't think would ever expect that or tolerate that in their own homes or in their classrooms. So, I'm big on context, and I do want to say that as a qualifying statement, I was not on the board when Dr. Perez was hired. And as anybody on the board could tell you from last year's review, I was wary and critical, and I entertained every report about Dr. Perez from within the community, and I even wrote that I would be keeping an eye this year on any UCPs or anything that would happen that actually put, substance to those reports. And I'm happy to say that I haven't seen anything like that. I have found that Dr. Perez has been neither disingenuous nor deceitful in any of my interactions with her. And I am my respect for her has grown as I've seen her integrity in process. So I just want to be on the record that she has my full support and gratitude for putting these things, this direction and priorities in motion, and these good things are happening, and they're starting because I think, you do have an agenda, and we're starting to see some of those things come to pass. So I just wanted to get on the record to say that. She has been civil and polite when under fire, and I think that has been an example of how a public servant should be. I know in my heart, it's been very tempting to not lash out, and I've taken a 5% of what's been thrown at you. So thank you for that example of civility under pressure and under fire. So that's it. I do think we need the time off, and I'm ready for more good things to happen next year. I mean, I think we are putting plans in motion that will benefit the kids and the community for years to come. So thank you. Thank you to the district workers, to all of you. John, I really appreciate how much you put into these, these projections. I know they're not a crystal ball, but I appreciate all the analysis that's on this. Dr. Perez, I appreciate you seeking out these additional funds and grants. This is great progress. So thank you.
I went to one graduation. I went to the Ranches graduation, and I've really never had a more humbling experience because, all these other people have touched their lives so much, and I get to be right next to them when they get that diploma they worked so many years for, and I get to give it to them and shake their hand and take a picture with them. And, I haven't touched their lives. I haven't put in that work. I haven't put that dedication into it. So for I don't take that lightly. It was very emotional. I don't like taking pictures. You can ask my family, but I was grinning ear to ear, and the camera guy was getting upset because I sometimes would, that wasn't good enough, let's take another one, you know. Like some of the kids just wanted to get off the stage, and I'm like, come on, let's like do this. Like, it was, I was amazed that it brought that out in me, and it just, you know, there was some, my nephew graduated, and there's some kids that, you know, I've seen grow up, and I got to hand them, like, that's a crazy honor that we give, and it's not just passing out a piece of paper, you know, it's a huge moment in their life, and to be right next to them. That's a lot about that, but it's just, I don't know how to say it. It's a huge honor. You know, I really want to thank Dr. Perez for the direction that we're going. One thing that I've noticed a few times, especially the last couple of years, is these things come up, and they, after we, you know, about the vote of no confidence or some other things I hear, and I listen to it, and it's, where does this have to do with the students? You know, in this conversation or in this letter, what does it have to do with bettering the students or curriculum or getting them, or you know, it has nothing to do with that. It's all about people's feelings. And when I talk to Dr. Perez, it is about the kids. It's about the kiddos. You know, you hear her say the kiddos all day long. It's about them, and the decision she makes has to do with the kids. It has nothing to do with her feelings or anyone else's but the kids. And that's whenever all these things are going on, that's what I think about, is that every thought you have, every move you're making is to benefit the children and to give them opportunities that they deserve, making sure the money's going in the right direction to help the people, you know, help the kids. So again, I just want to you know, restate that I really support you, and I appreciate you and your staff and everyone that puts all the hard work in, and Rochelle for running around getting everything signed, and, you know, and Dr. Perez with, you know, really carrying the brunt of all the curriculum, and John answering the same questions and giving the same reports, and, you know, meticulously tweaking all the numbers when we get new information, and always being able to sit down and explain something that I can understand it. I appreciate that. That's a skill, and thank you. I hope everyone has a great summer. I'm going to have lots of camping trips, and yeah. So, Dr. Perez.
Thank you. Well, it's been a very exciting and busy time. We just received word, as the cat's been let out of the bag, that we have the Homeless Innovative Programs Grant. And I want to thank Dr. Perez, Mr. Schulman, and Ms. Kohler for being part of that process and working on that grant. It's $450,000 for our children who have a need. And we'll be able to develop programs and probably be a state model for this. So this is very exciting work. Budget Advisory Committee met. We had some new members. We had our final DLAC meeting. We had the exciting STEAM and Literacy Night at TPA. We had the Design and Development Showcase at Tech High, which was amazing. I also went to a TK PBL showcase at UELF, where our kindergartners and TK students designed a playground for Peaches, their pet, a bearded dragon. Didn't have to meet Peaches, so I was good with that. Anyway, I want to thank, I'm not good with reptiles. I wanted to thank Tiffany Gage for the invitation. It was really amazing. I also got to meet her mom, who's a volunteer at the school. And what's really impressive, and also then Jessica Gillerin asked me to come visit her classroom where they had done podcasts. What's exciting about this work is the level of critical thinking, research, and relevant learning that's taking place. We have a pet bearded dragon, and we're going to design a playground for that. That's exciting. It's what engages students. So it's really neat to see this, or the the design and development lab, what those kiddos did. There's a problem, they're going to solve it, they're going to do different versions until they get there. So really exciting. I also had the pleasure, the honor, and the privilege to attend El Camino's graduation, Monte Vista's promotion, 2 promotions at LJ, got my vitamin D, got some melanin going, Tech High and Rancho Katahdi High School graduations, which are all incredibly special, being with the kids and honoring them. I also attended the Biomedical Science Showcase at Rancho Katahdi High School. I want to thank Rose, don't have her name in front of me, for the invitation. I was able to talk to kids about DNA and mitosis. It was exciting work. And on Monday, I got to enjoy the cardboard races at Tech High. The kids were having a blast, and there was so much joy in racing their cardboard. And when the juniors pelted them with water balloons, those kids defended their vehicles. It was really exciting. Anyway, and lastly, it has been a privilege to serve this community, and I want to thank you all for your support. I'm all about the kids. And when I got here and I heard about what wasn't happening for students, that concerned me. And when I was interviewed and I looked at every one of those questions, which were about family engagement, about student achievement, about taking care of all students, that's why I came here. And it is an honor and a privilege to serve this community. And thank you so much for your support. And we'll continue to do our darndest to take care of the kids.